Hey guys, sorry I'm running late. I was just getting some last minute stuff ready. What's up, everybody? Just gonna do audio today. Hopefully that'll be okay. But I did want to go over. I was gonna do a pre-record, and then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go live with it. We'll just go through it together. All the stuff that I from the last 2 days that's came out. This case is just crazy, dude. So much stuff comes out every day. There's something. I I, I don't even know what to think. The whole theory about, maybe it's not an unaliving is coming, like, more believable with everything that comes out. It's like, what the heck is going on? This is crazy, guys. How's everybody doing now? I don't know what I should do for the background. Do you guys like that? Or I could go with, is that too much? Or I could go with, like, the one I had on yesterday or the other day. I gotta get something new soon. Now I lost that first one I had. Where did that go? Oh, here. What do you like for the background? Hey, Nora. What up, Scott? What up, Wyatt? Shelly, Brittany. I know. It's me too. I'm like, oh, I'm going to try to find another case. And then it's just like, I freaking get on and I'm like, oh my God, there's more stuff. There's more stuff. So, like I said, I'm going to go over the last couple days, the stuff that's came out, like, probably videos you may have already seen, and then probably stuff that you haven't seen. It'll probably be a mix of both. And I'm drinking my cotton candy drink, in case if anybody wondered. My Bang. Okay. So let's just start on it. I have a few videos, like, which one do you guys like? The second one? Okay, so you like the one I had on the other day. Is this too much? Okay, so I want to play. I know how many of you guys have seen the interview with her dad, the newest interview with the dad and sister. I think it's important enough that I do want to watch that again with you guys, because I'm always you always catch new things, so I do want to watch that. Let's start off with that one. What do you guys think? And then we'll go through. Yeah, let's watch that first. Oh, a lot of you guys do you not want to watch it again? Wyatt. Okay, let's watch it. It's important enough. Okay. Maybe I'll switch the background up. I'll do a little bit this way, and then I'll just kind of like switch it as we go. All right, so this is on News Nation. It came out, I think it was yesterday, right? It's the newest one that's out so far with her dad. No, it's not on News Nation. I lied. It's on Law and Crime. It's with the side note or side whatever. Oh my God, it's not News Nation. I'm sorry. All the other ones have been. All right, let's start with this. I don't know what I was thinking. Juror 13, what's up? Sidebar, that's what it is. Sidebar, which yeah, let's watch it.
The weapon for self-protection. She told me days beforehand, Dad, I really feel like I need a weapon for protection. And she knows how to use it.
A South Carolina church pastor is facing serious.
You know what? I'm going to have to, I should have started it when they start it, because the music, I'm sure they have.
Park.
Hold on. When they go into the actual. So this is Sidebar with Law and Crime.
Talking about 30-year-old Mica Miller, who was found dead at Lumber River State Park just across the state line in North Carolina on April 27th. She had reportedly purchased a gun in the days before her apparent suicide from a pawn shop. That Sunday, her husband, 44-year-old John Paul Miller, announced his wife's death during a recent service at the church where he's a pastor, Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And Miller announced, quote, I got a call late last night that my wife has passed away. It was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina. You all pray for me and my kids and everybody. You all knew she wasn't well mentally, and she needed medicine that was hard to get to her. I'm sure there will be more details to come, but keep her family in your prayers. And then Miller asked for people not to discuss his wife's death outside of the church, but as you can imagine, news spread like wildfire. And the woman's family has immediately become suspicious of this. Why? Well, John Paul Miller and his first wife, they divorced in 2015, and then he and Mica married in 2017. Mica's family says that John Paul, who's 14 years older than Mica, first met her when she was a member of his church youth group at age 14. Now, there have been accusations that he groomed her. Not totally clear what exactly that means, but we'll explore it. Now, Mica was also reportedly married previously to John Paul's friend Jeremy. So you see these apparent connections. Okay, but now we fast forward, and it's our understanding, based on reporting, that Mica had filed for divorce from John Paul 6 months ago. It's also our understanding the divorce petition was withdrawn, but then a few days after that, John Paul filed for separate support and maintenance, financial support, because the couple were still legally married. Then Mica had also filed for separate support and maintenance. There was a scheduled hearing for next month, but of course, Mica died. Mica's family claims that in the days before her death, she filed for a no-contact order. And I believe that she was still pursuing divorce against John Paul. Now, police and the medical examiner have ruled Mica's death a suicide. And one of the ways that they have ruled that is not only based on the forensic evidence at the scene, but a 911 phone call that was placed by Mica to law enforcement in North Carolina gives a lot of insight into her apparent state of mind. So I warn you, this is really tough to hear.
Robeson County 911, what's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Let me see. You don't know where you're at?
A national park.
Tell me what's happened.
Wait. Was I on mute the whole time, guys? Oh my lord. Did you guys even hear me at the beginning? When I first came on? I just realized I had my mute button on. Oh my god. Hey, I was talking. Oh my lord. You guys are probably like, what is going on? Oh my god. Wait, you did hear me or you didn't hear me? Oh, okay. But anyway, so I wanted to point this out because I had it on mute, like on my computer screen, not the normal way. So my light was on, and okay, so do you guys notice? I remember when I first played this, that echo, I thought it was coming from my stream, and then later I realized it was the echo. So somebody points out something in one of the groups about the echo, which we'll get into, like the whole AI, and like if somebody was playing a recording into the phone, it could leave like that echo. I mean, you guys hear that echo, right? It's not real bad, but there is a slight echo in the call. I always wondered what that was. And now it's came out that, that Tom Winslow is into AI, which we'll get into all that too. There's a lot of stuff I want to get into, but I just want you guys to notice the echo, which is could mean something. All right.
I'm about to kill myself, and I just want my family to know where to find me.
Okay, ma'am. Just listen to what I'm saying, okay? Let me make sure I got the exact location where you're at, okay? Just 1 minute.
We've now learned that the Robeson County Sheriff's Office is requesting that the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI investigate Mica's death. Whether the FBI is actually involved yet kind of remains unclear. It may be more of a jurisdictional issue about why they could be involved because of where she died, on a state park out in North Carolina. But as I mentioned, Mica's family appears to be suspicious of all of this. And one of the things to note is that John Paul does have a criminal record. Research indicates that in 1998, Miller entered a no-contest plea in Horry County, South Carolina, to a charge of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature, meaning that Miller did great bodily injury to someone or likely was going to injure someone. He was given 500 hours of community service, was put on probation for several years, and a 4-year prison sentence was suspended. In 2022, South Carolina court records indicate that Miller was pardoned. In 2000, out in Illinois, he apparently pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. In 2004, out in Illinois, it appears that Miller was charged with domestic battery, but the prosecutors seemed to decline to move forward with the case and were unable to find sentencing information for that case. Now, in one of her final posts on Facebook, Mica uploaded a selfie, and she uploaded the selfie with the caption, "When terrible, terrible, terrible things happen to you, you all know what I'm talking about. RPF, resting peace face." She included the hashtags still blessed and God is good. She's also been posting videos on her social media talking about leaving abusive situations.
It doesn't matter what gender you are, abuse is abuse. And you are the bride of Christ. And my Bible says that he took all the abuse you could think of for you so that you didn't have to live that life of slavery and bondage and pain.
According to a friend, Mica had left for a different church other than Solid Rock. John Paul gave an interesting, perhaps the best word to describe it is an arguably strange eulogy, different eulogy at the Solid Rock Church, while family members held a different memorial service at the beach.
She'd get tourists to take our picture, and I say, "Okay, thank you." She said, "Oh no, this isn't good. Give it back to them," and they do it again, you know. But she told me that she was so creative. Everything she did was so creative. What's the next picture? What's the next picture? She'd stop. We'd be on the way to like a show or something. She'd say, "Stop, I gotta get a picture." I said, "We're gonna be late." She said, "I don't care." What's the next picture? Next picture.
John Paul also said that he wanted so badly for her to be alive that he repeatedly tried to see her body and even tried to raise her from the dead. There were reports that Reverend Charles Randall fired Miller as Solid Rock's pastor, but Randall disputed that during a recent sermon, saying, quote, "I have released him from ministerial functions for a minute to get some healing and some counseling and some guidance. You can't go through these things like this and just step right back on the same day." Family and friends have started using the hashtag Justice for Mica. Now, it's our understanding Mica's sister Sierra, who we're going to be speaking with in a minute, has filed a legal claim against both Miller and the church in connection with Mica's death. Court documents filed in Horry County Family Court accuse Solid Rock Church of colluding and conspiring with John Paul to defraud and deprive Mica. The Daily Mail also reported that Mica contacted the Myrtle Beach Police Department on April 8th, just weeks before her death, to report that she had seen a lewd photo of herself in a Facebook group and believed her estranged husband, John Paul Miller, had posted it. Well, after her death, Miller admitted that he did post the photo. In a letter obtained by News Nation, seemingly addressed to Mica, it reads, quote, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was for less than 1 hour and immediately taken down. I was hurt that you were telling everyone horrible, intimate details of my past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that." Mica had also reported back in March that she found a tracking device on her car at least twice and said that John Paul had her involuntarily committed to a hospital and stole her car while she was gone. Now, in a statement, John Paul Miller's lawyer, Russell Long, said, quote, "It has come to light that Mica Miller struggled with mental illness, specifically bipolar disorder, which when not properly managed led to paranoid episodes and self-destructive behavior. Some reports made by her in the recent past are nonsensical." He also added that a ruling of suicide by law enforcement completely exonerates Pastor Miller of any wrongdoing. Well, I am joined right now by Mica's father, Michael Francis. Thank you so much for coming on. And before we even get started, I just have to say I am so sorry for your loss, your family's loss. And as I mentioned to you before we started recording, I know this can't be easy talking about this and having this amplified and everybody speaking about it. So I know this must be a very difficult time. So my heart goes out to you and your family, and really appreciate you taking the time to come here and talk a little bit more about it.
Thank you for having me.
I'm going to start off. How are you and the family doing right now?
We're struggling. You know, we're more united than ever as a family. You know, this is something that has really caused us to drop any little petty arguments or something and focus on what's the important right at this moment. So, you know, we have grieved off and on, but we've also been in fight mode off and on, as far as legally and, speaking out for Mica.
Let's talk about that because, and I want to be very clear here. Despite the findings from law enforcement that Mica had died by her own hand, that the sheriff's office saying John Paul was not in Robeson County when Mica died, do you believe there is more to the story, correct?
Yes, it's there's a lot of details that they did not cover, and because it was equivalent in their eyes to previous self-inflicted wounds, I believe the law allows them to do less work. It does not prevent them from doing more work. And since there were multiple shell casings found and a live round found, it already didn't make much sense. So it would seem that they would automatically do a complete toxicology, not just blood alcohol, and a complete autopsy, which they did not do. And
So wait, he said a live round and 2 casings. What did he say? So my question is, would there have been more than 1 gunshot? Why did people only hear 1? They better test those to see if it came from the same freaking gun, right? Let me just rewind it like 10 seconds in case you guys missed that.
it already didn't make much sense. So it would seem that they would automatically do a complete toxicology.
I didn't rewind it big enough. Just in case you guys missed that. It's important, I think.
Them to do less work. It does not prevent them from doing more work. And since there were multiple shell casings found and a live round found, it already didn't make much sense. So it would seem that they would automatically do a complete toxicology, not just blood alcohol, and a complete autopsy, which they did not do. And we're just devastated that they didn't, because John Paul rushed the cremation process. During the briefing, we pressed pretty hard for more information and such, and the sheriff's office was trying to compress the briefing for us, and then they gave us a flash drive. It doesn't sound like Mica during the 911 call. She's so slow and so, but then later there are, I haven't even heard them myself, honestly. I have someone who's going through all that for me and filtering the information, because otherwise, the more information I get that sounds off, the more furious I get, and I need to be able to focus and control my emotions. But there was screaming going on and such, and that's.
Does anybody know what he's talking about, the screaming going on? Because I'm really confused about that. I know there was that one person that did that looked at the sound, and then he thought that person was saying Mica Miller in the background of that 911 call, but then came to the conclusion that it was probably from the 911 side, not her side, and they were saying like Folder or something. So I mean, he came to the conclusion that it wasn't from her side, and it was probably, but what is the screaming thing that he's talking about? I am so confused about that. Oh, really? Wait, who said that, Gaming and Sleuthing? Will you send me the interview or wherever you've seen that? I did not know that. Dang it. That's huge. How did I not know that? Okay. And then another thing is, when he says a live round, does he mean like a live round that hasn't been fired? Is that what that means? Somebody help me out, because I'm not really familiar with like the gun talk, the gun lingo. So I know a live round is a live round, but when he says that, does he mean that it's been fired or not been fired when you say that? Does anybody know? And then he said a couple shell casings. I'm guessing it hasn't been fired, and the shell casings are the ones that have been fired, right? Yes. Wait, Wolfpack. You got to help me out. You just said, yes, you fired bullet. I mean, unfired. Yes. Okay. So the one was unfired, and the one, oh, you were trying to say unfired. Okay. So there was a couple fired and a couple unfired. Okay. Or one unfired. All right. Thank you.
It's not something indicative of a self-inflicted, that sounds like a fight.
If there was indeed screaming, yes, she would not be how calm she was on that 911 call. She would not be screaming before she does it. I'm sorry. So if there really indeed was screaming, then there is something that's going on because nobody's going to like scream before they do that. I couldn't see that. That doesn't even make sense to me.
And with the bruising on her hands and on her arm, scratches on her hands, indicating defensive wounds. So very frustrating.
What when you say defensive wounds, is that something that was told to you by a medical professional when you talked about multiple casings there? Where did you get this information? And when you brought this information to law enforcement or brought it or mentioned to them, what did they say?
Okay, as far as finding out, the park ranger took us back to the scene and pointed out, here's where she would have been standing. Here's where the shell casings and the live round were, which also doesn't make sense. She knew how to use a weapon. She got the weapon for self-protection. She told me days beforehand, Dad, I really feel like I need a weapon for protection. And she knows how to use it. She's qualified. She's been through training. She's not going to charge the weapon and eject a live round. She already knows the first rule of gun use is knowing the condition of the gun. So we got the information about the shells. I did it directly from the park ranger, and then when we brought that up to law enforcement, they just said, well, they had no answer. They really just had no answer why, any kind of, not even a speculation. They didn't even say, well, she probably did this, probably did that. They just said, this is what we have. And there is what would be an apparent bullet hole in a tree, which I have a picture of. And they just didn't seem to put the effort forth. So we were very disappointed in that.
And the defensive wounds, was that from the park ranger too,
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we looked at her hands during the viewing. We took pictures of her from the viewing. It was the worst day of my life. And she had scratches on her arms and on her hand.
Georgia, mine weren't in order, if that's what you're talking about, because I didn't get the right call log for those. And I was very clear that, hey, these calls are not in order until I was able to put the last batch in order. I didn't have the proper call log, so I couldn't put them in order. They don't send them in order. So yeah, listening to them all out of order, you're going to hear them different than putting them all in order. So just stop it. Just quit it. I thought you were talking about this case. Why are you even talking about the other case? We're not talking about that case. We're talking about Mica right now.
And the coroner in training had the chief coroner with her, but she spoke out and said, well, maybe that's from when they retrieved her from the water. And I said, okay, of course, maybe. Was there blood in those scratches and such? They had no answer. Very disappointing. So I basically said the scratches indicate some type of scuffle or something, because the area where she was, there was no trees or anything anyway. There was no trees in the water. There was nothing there that would have scratched her hands the way they were. Like this. So it showed it indicated that there was some type of pressure. That's where the bruise was, and just
Well, Michael, here's the thing. And I hate to ask you this, and I know it must be difficult to revisit it, but when you mentioned the 911 phone call, when that came out, I think a lot of people who were suspecting there might be something there, they were convinced that was the end of the story. When you mentioned that 911 phone call, you said there's something about the way that Mica sounded on the phone that sounded odd to you. What do you mean by that?
Absolutely. Very slow speech. She's a very happy-go-lucky, excitable person. And it was too slow.
Can we talk about this? I know what you're saying, because they were out of order, and it made me so mad that I had to play them out of order. So of course I don't know who has them, but I'm sure you're talking about maybe she put them in order. So you're going to hear them different if something's in order compared to like spread all over the place. I'm sorry. I admitted it. They were out of order. I admitted it when I got him. I'm like, gosh darn it, they sent me the wrong call log. They're all out of order. Never lied about that, Georgia. So just quit it. And yes, I redacted names. I was in, and that's, I'm not ashamed of that. I got my channel still. I was being threatened about losing my channel. But yeah. Anyway, now I'm like all sidetracked. Gotta always have somebody ruin it.
It was very slow. It was metered. It could have been done with an AI type of previous recordings where somebody would have had those words from her previously, or whatever. And so it just doesn't make sense that he wouldn't go up there.
Do you have a theory as to what happened? Because authorities are saying, they crossed out his alibi of where he was. Do you have a theory as to what happened? And again, I know this is sensitive, so if you don't want to share it, I understand. But do you have a theory as to what you believe happened to your daughter?
Okay, well, I'll share what we spoke to about with the authorities, the sheriff in North Carolina. Also, as far as with his location, we've seen pictures of his truck. It had dark windows. Was it even him in there? Where's pictures of him physically there? We haven't seen those. They have not been produced. If someone else has them, we would like to see them to prove that he was there, because otherwise it could be anybody in that truck. So the theory would be that because she had multiple tracking devices put on her car previously, that she was followed out to the park or forced to go out to the park, and they either follow her out there, or there's no reason for her to go out there. That's the main point as well. She's never been out there. We don't go up there. It's not a family spot. And she was off the trail enough into a park ranger only area that nobody knows about. And so the theory would be that she it was either tracked, and then they said, well, we didn't find a tracking device. Well, they could have removed it at the park. When the car was at the park and then it was collected by the authorities, they didn't check for a tracker, which blew my mind. They said, oh, we have all the evidence and everything. We asked them, was there a tracker on her car? And they said, well, we didn't check. And we were flabbergasted. This happened over and over during that interview. Why didn't you check that? We know that there was 3 or 4 trackers put on her vehicles. Why wouldn't you check to see if she was followed? They said, oh, there's no cameras, but we know she wasn't followed. Her car is just out here. And I said, well, there's no trackers. They said no tracker. I said, well, they could have removed it after they did the deed. So then Mica's mother, Angelita, she said, pretend this is Mica's hand. And she asked me, grab this hand. And then she pulled it up, and said, it looks like someone squeezed her hand and raised it up and shot. And there are defensive wounds from it and such. And that's the general idea of our theory, that somebody crushed her hand to hold the gun up to her head while she's fighting. Either them or someone else held her other hand or her other arm back, because there's bruising on it from squeezing. And they forced it to look like that was self-inflicted. And
Dude, that's crazy. You guys are following what he's saying, right? So he's saying that the bruising on her hands look like it would be like if somebody like forced her arm up and pulled the trigger. Like that's where the bruising, unless it looks like a hand mark. Like, oh my Lord, this is just crazy. I mean, you think like only in a movie this stuff could, you know what I'm saying? But it's like everything that keeps coming out is like pointing more that direction. It's getting like stronger and stronger. Like the evidence is backing this up, and it's just really wow. I'm glad that we all stayed on it and everybody is just keep on it. I'm glad the family didn't back down, because dude, they might uncover something pretty crazy. Like murder, possibly,
And a couple of rounds went off during the scuffle. One ejected was live, and then it finally happened the way they would want it to happen, and then dumped her in the water, probably 40 meters away from where the shell casings in the gun was found. The water doesn't flow there. It's a slough. It's still. it just sinks. And it actually flows when it sinks, when it recesses, it goes the other direction from where she was found. So her body, even if it was put in the water right there, would not have flowed the direction where she was found. It would flow the other way. So it would be possible that the incident occurred right there, and the shell casings, and then the gun was dumped in the water right there, and then she was carried farther 40 meters back into a little bit more secluded area where she was found.
So Sierra Francis now joins the conversation. This is Mica's sister. Sierra, thank you so much for coming on. As I told your father, I just want to say again, I'm so sorry for your loss. I'm so sorry for what you and your family are going through. Our hearts go out to you guys. And again, really appreciate you taking the time and being so generous with your time to come on and talk a little bit more about this. So I've already spoken to your father a lot about what you guys believe might have happened here. I want to talk to you about this legal claim that you have filed against Mr. Miller and the church. Walk us through what that claim is and what you're hoping to get from that.
As far as the legal side of things, I don't have perfect details of everything. I'm just trying to pick up where Mica left off and make sure that justice is served and that we are able to remain over her estate and make sure that it is used or allotted in the way that she would have wanted it to.
Do you know anything about the FBI being a part of this investigation now? Were you told anything about that, what they might be looking into?
So we are aware that Robeson County did come out and say that the FBI is involved, but as far as what they're investigating and the extent of their involvement, the family's not sure.
Okay. I wanted to ask you this, both of you this. So look, the main argument, and it's being put forward by Mr. Miller, and what we've seen is Mica, they say, had suffered from mental illness. Do you know anything about that? Anything you could tell us about that? Because one of the things that Mr. Miller has said is he had this power of attorney set up for that reason. What can you tell us about what Mica might have been going through?
So before Mica married John Paul, she had no signs, no history, no indications of mental illness at all.
And why did she presumably agree to a power of attorney? Usually the person who sets up would have to agree to it and sign to it.
He had every way to control her, and he was very good at manipulating the situation.
And she thought that he would be doing the right thing. And she wanted to trust that Mr. Miller Jr. was actually doing the right thing for them until she got away from him and had more time when she spent more time with us to peel off some of those layers and realize what was going on. And then she started becoming herself again and got a job and everything else and was doing fine and was happy-go-lucky self again, excited about the future, and which is something he did not like. Just very terrible.
There are these allegations that he groomed her. What do we mean by that?
He had his sights set on her from a very young age. I would guess probably 14 years old, 14 or 15 when we first came to the church. And he made sure that he kept her exactly where he wanted her to the point of who she married, what job she picked up after she was, 18. He got her married, and then he made her his secretary and his babysitter and his let's go to lunch person and oh, you're so beautiful.
And then when
I wonder if he did purposely somehow hook her up with his best friend to keep her close. It's a possible, I don't know. I mean, I wonder how they met. I'd like to ask, I should start jotting down any questions in case if I would ever be lucky enough to be able to have one of the family members to interview, because I would like to ask them, like, how did Mica meet her first husband? Like, did she meet him within the church? Did JP introduce her to him, or how did that all happen?
she was married, same thing, best friends with her husband, her previous husband, and manipulated the situation where he could have him doing something because he was his right-hand man and then spend time with Mica alone, which is very inappropriate.
And to be clear about that, are you alleging that he engaged in criminal contact with Mica? And if so, again, my understanding is there's no time bar in South Carolina to bring charges. Is this something that you're speaking with about authorities with?
I don't think he physically had a relationship with her until after she had already been married to Jeremy.
I wanted to ask you about something else, and this goes back to that idea of why he says, and correct me if I'm wrong, why he says he had to set up the power of attorney. He was concerned about whether Mica would be taking money, because there was this allegation that Mica was a suspect in the theft of $1,200 in donations for the Solid Rock, this missionary efforts. I understand you want to clear the record up on that.
That was investigated. I have seen, police excerpts on that, and from what I've seen, to best of my knowledge, it said that that was just a domestic dispute, and there was no criminal charges to be filed.
Okay, and also, as far as the amount that was mentioned, Mica was having trouble with the websites releasing the money to her from the donations,
such as Venmo or stuff like that.
Right. They were holding on to those funds, as they do, for like the 3-day period or whatever, gaining interest. And so during that period where the money didn't show up yet, he was accusing her of stealing that money. And then after the fact, after she's passed, all the money showed back in except 1 penny.
Not to mention that the money wasn't money that was donated and she was stealing it. This money was, hey, I've put $600 out of my pocket with the intention of, hey, I will be reimbursed from this, because that's what she was told. Hey, spend your $600 to purchase, all the donuts that you're using for fundraising. It's a charity. We'll make sure we reimburse you. So it's not even stealing. It's reimbursement for what she's already put into.
Right.
And before I let you go, I have to ask you about this letter that came out that he had seemingly apologized to Mica for what he said was releasing a nude photograph of her on the internet. What was your reaction to that letter?
He's a faker.
Yeah.
He likes to band-aid everything so he can still control and manipulate people.
I told him straight up, because of his behavior before, okay, now go ahead and go cry in front of your church and apologize like you always do. Mm-hmm. And he didn't during the sermon and his bombshell drop at the last point. He didn't do his fake sniveling, crying, fake stuff. He just, until later. But he would, numerous times, he would go in front of the church and say, I'm sorry, I did this and I did that. I'm sorry. If you don't want me to be the pastor, I'll leave. And they would say, oh, no, you do such a great job. And then it would happen again and again.
Right.
And if they did stand up against him, he would threaten them with removing them from the church, or he would just straight out remove them in front of everybody. And then later in sermons said, oh, well, they just left for no reason. I don't know why they left.
Michael Sierra.
Anything that comes out of his mouth, it's all backwards.
Well, Michael Sierra, here's what I wanted to ask you. This is going to be an ongoing discussion. And I was hoping, and first of all, thank you for being so forthcoming to come on to explain this, give your perspective on what's happening. As this progresses, can we keep an open line, and can you come back on and let us know any updates that are happening on your end? We would really appreciate it, because I think a lot of people have questions about this.
Sure. As long as our attorneys are in agreement and such, and we will keep it open, and most likely that would be us.
Okay, so listen, again, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate this. And again, my heart goes out to you and your family about this loss, and I'm so sorry for what you're going through. But again, really appreciate you.
Okay, so that's the end of that. So, oh shoot, my earphone just fell out. So yeah, very interesting. So a few key points to highlights that I feel is important that he just said. So the bruises is a huge thing. He said that her body was found in the opposite direction as you would think she would be, because the way the water would be moving. He said, like, the gun, he was thinking the gun was like tossed in after the fact. He's thinking she was found one way, where if she did float, she should have went the other way. I always wondered, would the gun float? Like, how did they find the gun? If you throw a gun in the water, would it float, or would it stay? Like, how long would it take to float? Maybe it would float. I don't know. So yeah. And then the money thing. So if the money gets in her account, and maybe it was just pending, and then it, how banks do, they hold the money for a minute and make sure it's okay before they deposit it or whatever. Or was that them paying her back? Is that what you got from what they were saying? That was, she was putting her money, paying for things like donuts and paying for some of the stuff that they were going to pay her back. Was that the money going back into her account that she already went towards it? Is that what they were kind of saying? Right. Yeah, no, I know. I don't know. Then how did they find the gun? What, I mean, it was just floating on the water? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Oh, thank you, Soul Food. Can't stay, but still wanted to stop in and say hi. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I have another video I want to play. It's Scott from the Behavior Panel goes on. I think it's News Nation he goes on. I didn't get to watch it. I just kind of like skimmed through it. I just saw it as I was gathering stuff. I'm like, ooh, we got to watch this together. Have you guys watched it? He does a body language. If you guys have never heard of Behavior Panel, they're so freaking awesome. If you like that kind of stuff, those were my go-to for behavioral, like body language stuff. Really good, guys, and they're fun. Oh, we watched them when we did the Sarah Boone. But Scott, he actually goes on, I think it's News Nation. Hold on one second. Let me get it. Yeah, News Nation. Let's watch it. He goes on with Ashley Banfield.
We're not seeing any grief here.
Oh, wait, hold on.
What are called
There we go.
We're not seeing any grief here. We're not seeing what are called adapters, the things that we use to comfort ourselves, to self-soothe ourselves, like wringing of the hands, those kind of things. He's got these, what's supposed to be tears happening. That's not happening. He has no tissues there with him. His nose isn't running. He's trying to pretend it is, but it isn't. These are all the classic cues of someone who is faking an emotion. And if you'll notice, if someone's really feeling an emotion, that's what the emotions fire those expressions onto your face, in other words, from your brain, from your limbic system. And those don't last on him. We don't see grief. And the little bit of grief that there's a semi-sadness that we see in there is taken away by a smile. And the smile is more prevalent than his grief is, or than his sadness is. This is one of those things that shows so many things that are wrong with it. I'm actually going to use this in training because these are all the classics right here, all of them.
Wow. You're going to use this in training. Holy Dinah.
Yeah.
There's something I read that you had mentioned about a forehead, like tells in the forehead. What's that about here in this video?
Well, quite often we get what is referred to as the grief muscle. It's sort of like an upside down horseshoe that happens right here in the glabella area of the forehead. And when you see that, I can't do it. You may be able to, I don't know. It only shows up when someone is actually feeling grief. They're remembering something very sad. They've just lost someone in their family, maybe a pet, and you'll see, or if they're in great pain, then you'll see the grief muscle show up. It shows up right there. We're seeing, and you could say, oh, this is Botox in his forehead and all that. He may have a little bit in there, but you would still see some movement up in here if he did that. I don't think he's feeling any grief here. We're not hearing it in his voice. His voice, he's under the impression when you're sad that your voice goes way high. Quite often it drops low and you can't speak. And when it's that high, it breaks too much. His voice is way too clean for this, way too clean for him to be as sad as he's saying that he is. Also, his arms are too far away from his torso. The one hand he's gesturing with, he's got one in his pocket, but notice you can see space in there. When we're sad, when we're trying to comfort ourselves, or someone is grieving like he's supposed to be, then you'll see the arms come close to the body. We're not seeing that at all. Not at all. Just his hand in his pocket, and he is swaying back and forth some because he thinks that's what he's supposed to do, but he's not doing it right. He's not doing the correct things he should be doing. That is an adapter, but he's not using his hands or his shoulders. His shoulders are too high. He's not bent over. So many things in this. I could go on for 30 minutes. I'll watch it.
I mean, I got a spidey sense about it, but you just put so much of it into actual language that makes sense. I want you to watch the other thing that we collected for you. Okay. It's John Paul announcing to his congregation the death of his wife the day after it happened, but he does it at the very end of his sermon. So take a look at that, and then I want to get your thoughts on it after. Take a look.
All right.
I got a call late last night. My wife has passed away. And yeah, It was self-induced, and it was up in North Carolina. And we're going to have a funeral for her next Sunday here at 3 p.m. And so it's all I can, yeah, I'm just kind of going on adrenaline right now. So y'all pray for me and my kids and everybody. And she wasn't, y'all knew that she wasn't well mentally, and that she needed her medicine that was hard to get to her. And so I'm sure there'll be more details to come.
Okay, what do you make of that?
Again, we're not seeing things we should be seeing. No grief in the forehead, no grief in the face. His expression is blank. It's not sad. We're not hearing the low tone that we should be hearing. Before, we heard the thing where he's at the funeral all whiny and stuff, and his voice is really high. This is where he's trying to show emotion, and he's not really showing any emotion. Again, his arms are far away from his body. Why bring up his wife's medical, or not being able to get medicine during this? That's called a qualifier. He's qualifying what's happened to her. These are all this is so, it's horrible, but it's really good when you want to show someone the body language of what shouldn't be happening when someone's grieving.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation now.
Wait, why? What do you mean you hate this behavior? Are you saying you hate watching like body language stuff, or? I don't understand your comment. Can you not judge them based on POS? Yes, they despise as well. Let's be fair. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, but okay. So now, before I'm going to go to Google Maps because I want to show you something. But first, let's watch. I'm going to put on that Justin, the TikTok. He talks about the whole. Now, remember, Tom Winslow is JP's lawyer, one of JP's attorneys that signed off on Mica's here, let me bring that up real quick. Hold on 1 second. Heck. This right here. Okay, this is what I wanted to share with you. So Tom Winslow. I mean, I don't even know. I don't need to explain it. I think everybody's following the case probably knows who he is. The healthcare power of attorney in my presence. I signed my name to healthcare power of attorney. Okay. So that Justin from TikTok found out that he actually, well, I don't know if he's the one that originally found out. He's just the TikTok that I watched, that I saw. Here, I'll just play you his real quick.
Interesting about JP Miller, or more importantly, his attorney, Tom Winslow. Now, very quickly, before I show you what that is, I have to tell you that I am not making any accusations about anything here. I am just showing you some information that I found that he has listed on his own website. And to be clear, I'm definitely not relating this to anything involving Mica Miller's case. With that said, Tom Winslow, who is one of JP's attorneys, is apparently an expert in AI. This is on his website, but this isn't it, because one article doesn't prove anything. Except it isn't one article. It's also here on his website, and here on his LinkedIn, how to become an expert on AI, and up here on his Facebook. Now, just so y'all are aware, if you don't know who Tom Winslow is one of JP's attorneys. Consequently, he's the same attorney that helped JP get medical POA over Mica. It's also being rumored / alleged that he was also part of the reason that Mica had the diagnoses that she had. And in addition to all of that, he's apparently also a person of interest in regard to the FBI's investigation in the Dare to Care Africa mission regarding Tom, his law firm, JP, and Solid Rock Church. Now, if you aren't following me for this case already, please hit that follow button. But I do find it very interesting with all the rumors out there that his attorney happens to be an AI expert. Do with that information what you will.
Yeah, that is That's very concerning. Okay. So then people started searching because there's that rumor that he had a property close by the Lumberton River State Park, right? Well, thank you to Ty. Ty sent me this here, and then I found it on the actual spot on Google Maps, but I want to show you because it's very concerning. And then who are the people on the boat? You know, the boat, like, has anybody heard who those people were on the boat? All right. So real quick. Now I'm not going to be able to, there's the, what is it called? Or not public index. I said the wrong thing. It's the GIS parcel application. But I'm not going to be able to share that because it has his like mailing address on there. So what I did is I screenshot it so I was able to mark it out. But because I wanted to show you, and then I Google mapped and I'll show you where it is compared to where she was found or where she pinged. So this is the land he owns, Tom Winslow, right? Okay. It is, hold on. So you could see it's right here. Okay, here's the river. I just kind of like zoomed out in different spots to show you on this so you guys could kind of get a good idea where it's at. Okay. So then I found it on Google Map. So here is the where she pinged, right? And I put in these coordinates, right, into Google Maps. All right. So hold on. Let me bring up Google Maps here. All right. So I mapped them both out. So we have, here is the land he owns is like right here, remember? And here is where she was. Okay. So look, that river goes right to it. I mean, his land is right on the river. It's like right here, dude. It's like right here. You got to be freaking kidding. It's like you can't even make this stuff up. These are just like huge coincidences, or there's something more to it. Like, how are you going to, like, first of all, Mica goes to a park that she has no connection to whatsoever at all. Like, she has no reason to be there. And then we find out the lawyer that is her ex-husband's, I know they were legally still married, but John Paul's attorney that helped get the power of attorney to freaking admit her to, the mental hospital. And now he is being looked at by the FBI. Remember, they named him. We find out he has land right here on the river. Okay. So I wonder if I could figure out how long it would take to take a boat all the way down there. What do you guys think? Let me see. Hold on a second. Let's measure. I'm trying to figure out how. Let me figure out how I could do this. Because, I mean, if I do like driving distance, that'd be totally different if they took a boat, right? Hold on. Give me 1 minute. Let me see something. No, I don't think so, Scott. I don't know. I'll have to see. I haven't. Yeah, yesterday, actually, there was an article talking about it, but I don't know. I don't think they've given any updates. But hold on 1 second. Let me just put the driving directions in and see. Oh, no, hold on. Directions to here. All right. So I put, I just did the directions and it says 18 minutes, 11.4 miles, but that's driving, right? And I don't know, it makes you go all the way up here and around because of the way the road is. But if you take it straight, the river, I mean, it kind of curves a little bit, but I bet you it would even be quicker. Well, I guess it depends on how fast you're on the boat. But what I don't understand why they didn't interview the people on the boat. I heard they didn't interview them, at least, unless if they did after they called them. But did they get their information? Because who were those people on the boat, So what do you guys think about that? Isn't that interesting? Like that he owns this right here. Like this land, like it's right here. Here, I'll show you. It's right here. Oh, actually, you know what I could do here? Let's do. I guess it doesn't make a difference. I mean, you guys see. It's like right here. I don't know. Yeah, I bet. Yep. Not coincidental, you mean, right? An hour? Hey, that's not that. I mean, it's doable. An hour is not. Where was, does the attorney have an alibi? I wonder. I freaking wonder. All right, so let's see what else I got. I have some screenshots I want to share. Ooh, look at this, guys. Here, let me share this real quick. Somebody on a group. 1 second. So ran into him. Look. So that's him. Okay. And then somebody says, they send it and says, today, where did this pic come from? Oh my God, just now. I was waiting for my oil change and watching TikTok about him. And he turned around, and when he heard his name, he started shaking. Oh my God. How weird would that be? So you're in there like getting your oil changed, watching all into this case, watching TikTok on JP, I guess with the sound, but not in the earphones, because she said he turned around when he heard his name. Does she mean on the video? I don't know. But then you look up and he's standing right there. That'd be so weird. So she said he started shaking. And then it says his truck at the stop sign. Or wait, I don't see. It doesn't look like. Hold on. I think he's going to crack like that pavement. The glare he gave me was terrifying. What time did all this happen? Receipt record, but I couldn't get angled. Oh, sorry, I could zoom in. LOL. I won't include your name. I hate this scumbag. He got dropped off by someone. I wonder who. So basically his car was already there getting serviced and he came to pick it up when you saw him. Yes. I didn't even know it was him till the darn lady said Joe Miller and he snapped around. Oh, she's talking about, okay. I thought she was talking about he heard her name on the phone, but she's talking about he heard her name. He got called because of his stuff and he started shaking. Joe Miller, and he snapped around and I had the volume down. Wait, maybe she is. Okay, I was right the first time. Sorry, guys. I was like, oh, no, she is talking about her phone, huh? I didn't even know it was him till the darn lady said Joe Miller and he snapped around. I had the volume down. They were working on both our trucks at the same time. His already being there when I got there. No one else was there. Somebody says, wow. It was like looking into an empty soul, a demon. Be on your guard against false prophets who come into your sheep. Oh, that's somebody else. If you still support that church in its treatment of Mica, you weren't her friend. Somebody says, no, I do not. I quit going day he announced Mica was passed away. I also took my life insurance out of the church too. Thank you. Dude, that's what I haven't even seen this. I just scrolled over. Somebody in chat right here. I was reading this. Are you suspecting life insurance policy? And then somebody said something about the church having people on life insurance. It was a comment in chat that made me wonder, like, really? Look, what the heck? I took my life insurance out of the church? That's crazy. So they are making their church their beneficiaries. Wow. Does anyone know if JP had the church listed as Mica's beneficiary? If so, they're in money trouble, then that would allegedly be another motive. Yeah. That's more stuff about the land. Okay, so let me play. One second, guys. Unstar that. Oh, one more thing. Since I have this up, I'll share this real quick. Look at this. So somebody said, did anyone notice the church bus van in the picture when they found Mica's car in the parking lot? Interesting. That is interesting. Whoa. Yeah. Huh. Well, I guess because, wait, no. Because he didn't go there when they found her. I was like thinking at first, like, well, did they call the family or whatever, call him and then he came? But no, he didn't. That was never in the story of what happened. Huh. Very interesting. What do you guys think? All right. Let me just. Unstar that. Just going down my list of stuff to. Okay, so next, let's see what else I got. Let's see what else I got to share. How's everybody doing on this Wednesday? Wednesday. All right, so I played this already, and I played the body language thing. Okay. Oh, okay. So I found the whole voicemail. That squirrel lady or whatever that's on TikTok, she had the whole voicemail, so it's more in context. Because I had found it in group, and so I don't know why somebody took it and like took parts out, unless if that's just how they got it. I guess it could be because that's how I got it. You know that voicemail that's going around? Well, that squirrel lady that's on TikTok, she had like the whole thing. And then I ended up finding that somebody else had the whole thing too. But you guys want to hear it? It kind of puts more things in context. Let me play it real quick. And I don't know. I just want to make sure I say this because I have it up on TikTok and I'm like kind of getting attacked about that's not her. That's AI. Why are you lying? And I'm like, no, I'm not saying. I thought it was interesting to share it because it's going around. Her or not, that's interesting that there's somebody, if it is AI pretending to be her or AI'd her, or if it really is her, who knows? Let me know what you guys think. I'm going to share it and let me know what you guys think. And I wish, real quick, the long crime dude, what's his name, Justin? I wish he would have asked him when he said something. Remember when her dad said something like about the 911 call, how it didn't sound like her? I wish he would have asked, okay, what do you mean? Do you think the voice didn't sound like her, or you mean like her tone, or what was it? I wanted to know more about if he thought that was her or if he thought that was AI. I think he was hinting that he was thinking it was AI. All right, here we go.
Honey, hope I'm talking to my husband. I never should have left you. I never should have abandoned you when you were trying to work things out. I never should have put anybody else before you. I love you. At this point, I don't even know who my husband is because I don't have a paper trail. I don't have a copy of my marriage license. and where it was filed, and proof that I am married to who the world thinks I'm married to, who I think I'm married to. I don't even know anymore. I'm getting tax records from Mica Miller. I don't even know what my last name is. I know I'm Mica Acacia. I know I'm that. My parents gave me those two names.
And here's the thing. I think who put this out was that one guy. He was on TikTok. I forget what his name is, but everybody thought it was like one of JP's friends because he was basically on the other side, like talking about how she is crazy, and it almost seems like it was coming from JP or what JP would be saying, right? So I think he's the one that originally put this voicemail out. And I think their point of this was because I think they thought, oh, it's making her look crazy because she's like, I don't know who I am. What's my name? But I'm not looking at it like that. I'm looking at it like she's talking about, she doesn't even know because she doesn't know what the heck's going on with her life. Not that she's like crazy and doesn't know her name. I didn't get that at all. I got that she was trying to figure out like what is going on with us. I don't even know who I am, in the terms of like what is going on with our relationship and stuff like that. And I'm thinking they thought it would like point to like her being crazy. And I don't get that from this at all, to be honest. So I don't know. I don't know what the purpose was to put this out. I don't know who is really the person that put it out, but somebody he had to have shared it with somebody. And I think that one guy was the first to put it out from what I heard. So
that's on my original birth certificate. Still is today. But I don't know who I belong to under God and legally anymore because I don't have a paper trail. And that's important because if you get put on life support, if you are mentally unable or unfit to run the church, I need to know the paper trail. Who's in charge? We got a lot of assets, a lot of money to guard.
And I want to point that out again. I pointed out when we listened to it on the live, the other day, but I want to point it out again. You notice how she says, if you're mentally unfit or you're not able to run the church. Now, if this relationship was like how JP's saying, how she's the crazy one, she's the one unwell, she's the one, unfit. This is a personal voicemail to, allegedly, like I said, this is allegedly a personal voicemail to JP. So she would know, like, if the situation with them was like, she was the one that was just like out of it and always like crazy and needed help or whatever, she would know that. But the fact that she's saying him, like, if you're mentally unwell, if you're unfit, who's going to run the church? I think it's very telling on what the relationship was like between them two, in my opinion. It was like him allegedly, like it sounds like she's saying it was like him that had the mental problems. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why it's chopped up. Yeah, Kimmy, it is weird. And that makes me think that it did come from him, and there was some kind of motive, like there was some kind of reason he wanted this to come out, and that he thought if he could maybe like chop it together and make it look like something, that it would look like she was crazy or something. But like, even if this is her and this is just like one voicemail, I'm not getting crazy from it. I'm not. So I don't think you could chop up whatever you want and piece it together. You're not going to be able to make her look crazy because she's not. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that it worked. If that's what he did, I don't think it worked. I don't listen to this and hear crazy. Wait, do you got, like, what do you guys hear?
This is not our money. It's God's money. And whose money was that? Before God, he put it in the pockets of people. And then those people gave it to us and entrusted us with God's money in God's house to do as God wishes. But I don't know who's steering the boat anymore, and that concerns me. I'd like a paper trail. I don't feel like that's too much to ask from the First Lady, or maybe the First Lady of Solid Rock, in case something happens to you. I love you. This isn't to harm you. I love you. Bye.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems weird. So wait, you know what? This could be from the same voicemail, but maybe he just took pieces out of it. Maybe he took pieces out of it that would make him look bad or something, I don't know. There's definitely seems like he chopped it up and or whoever did it took pieces out or put pieces together. It could just be taking pieces out too. So, yeah, that's true, but it didn't even work because it didn't. It didn't work because to me it just sounded like she wanted to know, like, get things in order. But I get what you're saying. He tried to make it look like that, or somebody did, but I don't feel like it worked. Maybe because there's nothing you could put together that's going to make it that way, because it's not, All right. So that's a longer version. I still don't know. It's probably still not the full one, obviously, because it's chopped up, but that has more in it than the first one. Okay, so let me take this down. 1 second, guys. All right. So let me play affidavits. Okay, here's another News Nation. All right, let me play this. 1 second. All right, here we go. I think this is the one I wanted to play.
We know from Mica's family and from police reports that John Paul was stalking and harassing Mica in the weeks leading up to her death. And today, News Nation producer Rich McHugh got a copy of a 911 call from Mica's sister after she says she received a threatening text from John Paul last November. Mica was staying with her sister at the time, and here is some of that 911 call.
911, what's the address of your emergency?
I need to report a non-emergency at this point.
Okay, what's going on?
My sister came here today to visit because her and her husband were having issues. She came from Myrtle. She told him she'll be home on Tuesday. And he was texting me at this point saying, I'll be at your house at 12:55. I'm armed and ready, and I will keep you up all night. I'm going to get her back.
Oh, wow.
And I said, you're not welcome at my house. There are no trespassing signs up. You cannot threaten weapons. He has 6 guns that he just purchased recently. And he's saying, I'm armed and ready. I'm coming to get her.
We also have 2 of the texts that John Paul sent Mica's sister that day. The first one, in the wee hours, it was sent at 1:11 a.m. And it says, John Paul has loaded, John Paul says he's loaded Mica's possessions into garbage bags and is threatening to either dump them on the sister's property or take them to the Goodwill. The second text, 7 hours later, at 8:04 a.m., takes a very, very different tone. Take a look at that. It says, if she comes home today, tell her I'm sorry, so sorry. I'll do whatever it takes. I'm sorry to you and Matt. Should be known that we have repeatedly invited John Paul and his attorney to appear on this show every day that we've done the story, and they have always refused. They did give us that statement. We've now read it twice. And I want to bring in News Nation producer Allison Weiner, who's been digging into this story since the very beginning. Allison, the statement yet again pointed out that the allegation that Mica suffered from mental health issues, that she was hospitalized from February 8th until February 10th. Everybody's been wondering, why that hospitalization, how it came about. And you were able to dig up that answer today. What is it?
Well, I got an affidavit from Mica's father, Michael, who was actually on the show the other night. And in the affidavit, he talks about the fact that John Paul was going around saying that Mica was not taking her medication and that she needed to be hospitalized. And when Mica's dad looked into it, he found out that she was really deciding to take just one pill instead of two pills, which is something that she was very much allowed to do. So he found at that moment and throughout a lot of their interactions that, according to him, John Paul was exaggerating a lot of things and making up things so that he could, in fact, get Mica hospitalized against her will.
So how did she end up being admitted against her will?
Well, he actually had a document. It was John Paul who admitted her, who signed the paperwork. But he showed Mica a document, and this is according to Mica's dad, but there was a document that he had shown also to Mica's father that showed that the power of attorney would be still in Mica's dad's name and also in her brother Nate's name, so that if somebody had to get her out of there, they both had the power of attorney, as well as her husband. That document was never notarized or filed, but it's something that Mica saw.
Was it a real document? Did her family actually agree with these things?
No, it was never filed. It wasn't signed by them. It wasn't notarized. So it's not a legal document, but it looked like a legal document. And basically, initially, according to Michael, to Mica's father, he was told that there was, in fact, that his son was signing the document. So it just was sort of a tangled web of lies, according to alleged by Mica's father.
Mica's father, Michael. Yeah. Okay. So the bad blood between, John Paul and Mica's family, just, bits and pieces just keep coming out. And it is so nasty. We heard the 911 call where Mica's sister talks about no trespassing signs. And then John Paul apparently did the same thing to Mica's family. Thank you for watching.
Wait, I missed the part where he's talking about the pills. I was going to rewind it when it happened, but about the 1 to 2 pills. Let me just find that part real quick. Sorry, guys. I want to make sure I heard that right.
Was actually on the show the other night. And in the affidavit, he talks about the fact that John Paul was going around saying that Mica was not taking her medication and that she needed to be hospitalized. And when Mica's dad looked into it, he found out that she was really deciding to take just one pill instead of 2 pills, which is something that she was very much allowed to do. So he found at that moment, and
okay, I see. I heard it right. I just wanted to make sure. Oh, slumber party. So Bella sounds like, what are you talking about? Dumber party. You had me like racking my brain. Like, what is she talking about? Oh, you're funny. All right, hold on 1 second. Yeah, we should have one again, huh? We will sometime. All right. Okay, so next, let's go through a couple of screenshots. All right, so we did the land stuff. All right, I'll just go down the list here. 1 second. Oh, shoot. I need to find this TikTok right here. That's the guy I was talking about. The blue-eyed devil. So yeah, yesterday, or it was 2 days ago when I tried to get on his account, it was down. It might have went back up. But there's people that think he might be like friends with JP, or like, does anybody know anything about him? He's the one like he's kind of like pushing the other side, like how, she's crazy and she's the stalker and all that stuff. So this is Mica Miller Diaries, the voicemail before her involuntary. Oh yeah, see the voicemail. But last I checked, his thing was down. I don't know if he put it back up. If the date is right, this is before he has her committed 2 days later. So before or 2 days later, which is it? It is her, but he sent the exact voice message to me twice to prove his relationship was in great standings. So the family is saying that voicemail is her. So everybody like coming at me just for playing it. It says, it is her, but he sent this exact voice message to me twice to prove his relationship was in great standings. Once on April 28th, the day after she died, and on February 20th, the week or so before she left him. So she's saying they played it. I forgot about this when I was talking about it. Yeah, she's saying that it was to show they were in great standings because, she's saying like, I love you and all that stuff. So yeah, they're saying it is her though. So, her a voicemail out yet. Is it okay if she posts that on TikTok, but not to mention her name? Says it makes him look good, lovable, and that she just was in a place of confusion. Her confusion was finding out what was happening to the funds that were being sent in for her African mission. That's why she was asking about the paper trail, and she was doubting everything, even if her marriage was legitimate. Yes. So, yep. Basically saying what I was saying too. Being sent in for her African mission. That's why she was asking about paper trail. Yeah, so she's saying it was her, guys. So this is his dad. We haven't got really deep into him, man. I've been looking into him, but I guess we talked about it a little bit. It says greatest church in Myrtle Beach because of the greatest team of leadership and a great congregation of workers and loving people. If you are lonely, head for Solid Rock and you will never be lonely again. Jesus is there. Main reason it is attacked by some is because he is there. And then somebody says, so well deserved. Love this church. The teaching, the music, the programs, and the people. Pastor John Paul and the leadership do an amazing job. The pastor is definitely being used by God. He presents the word with so much clarity. And I have enjoyed learning about his day-to-day life, knowing that he admits his mistakes, showing his human shortcomings, and not hiding them. Makes him so extremely relatable. The staff is very friendly and welcoming. The achievement is very well deserved. Congratulations. We love worshiping there when we are in town. So you can see this was 5 weeks ago. But yeah, so they're loving him. Hold on one second. Yeah. And then this says, while posting updates, I'm going to ask to speak out on the Mica Miller case. I am an ex of John Paul Miller. I was 14 years old and he was 19. I was a child, but at the time I didn't see an issue. But at 19, obviously he should have. We dated for a year and I found out he was dating his first wife, Allie, while we were together. Unbeknownst to her, she later found out and he lied about it, as he continued to do, about the multitude of infidelities the remainder of their marriage. Sorry, see, I scream because when I have my AirPods in, I have the noise cancellation on. I just took them out. I'm screaming. Okay. And then it says, I'm sending a few clips and pics so you know that I'm legit. You are free to share anything of interest, but please keep me anonymous. It says, I was groomed, brainwashed, and trafficked by people in that school church and eventually married my handler, 17 years older than me, who is also connected to this evil web. I got free from all of this in 2019, but my ex-husband handler is still very much involved with that world. This is another reason I asked to remain anonymous, for my safety and that of my children. Please don't give up on the Mica case. There's so much more to this story. If you have any questions or would like to reach out, I'm open to chat. Okay, so my name is, and I've known the Miller family for 25 years. My mother was very close to Wayne Miller and JP. She taught at the private school and Bible college. I attended the school and church from 2001 to 2005. My mother stayed connected to them and continued to teach at the college. She also conducted Mica and JP's marriage counseling. Please, please, please keep reporting on the Mica situation. There's so much more going on there. They have been covering up some really horrific things for a long time. Human trafficking, grooming, SA, blackmail, to say the least. These folks are connected and protected, which is one reason people are scared to speak out. JP officiated my mom's wedding, second marriage, at Solid Rock. I found out later when my mom passed that it wasn't even legal, just for show. That's nothing compared to the real evil and shadiness of this church and pastor. Mica was a sweet young lady. She didn't deserve such horrible treatment. My mother was their marriage counselor. She never shared any details but mentioned they were going through some serious stuff. Mica called me after my mom passed in August 2022. We didn't get to speak long before JP grabbed the phone to take over the conversation. He invited us to do my mom's ceremony of life at Solid Rock. But I declined. So somebody in the group, in one of the Facebook groups, I guess it looks like they went to that grocery store to see if the receipts look the same, and supposedly they look different. I'm going to bring up the original receipt from Mica, but I guess the person said the gas station owner claims that they changed systems last Wednesday. Another coincidence. Like all these things happening. The receipts aren't going to look the same because they changed the system. Like, if that was the only thing, then yeah, it could happen. But all these other things that are just like lining up to make it look like this was a freaking like planned thing that was like set up. Like, what's the chances they change it right in the middle, like right as this is going on? Oh, we changed systems. What the heck? And before this person went to go get a receipt to check. Isn't that crazy? No, these aren't the. Oh, you're missing the point, Trisha. So they're not comparing these two. Hold on a second. She's saying that she's comparing this to the one that Mica had, and they even admitted, they said, "Oh no, it's a different system. That's why it looks different." Hold on a second. I know they kind of made it confusing by putting those two up, but they're talking about the receipt that Mica. Well, let me find it. It's different than the one Mica had. That wasn't the one Mica had. That was the one that they went and got. They were just showing it. Hold on one second. I know I screenshot it so I could compare it. 1 second. I have it. I have it somewhere. Dang it, dude. I had it. I even screenshot it earlier again. Hold on. Just give me 1 minute. I could bring up the whole document, but I wanted to do the screenshot so I could put them together. But I don't know what I did with it. Dang it. I did it right before I started the live, but I don't know where it went now. Anyway, but yeah. It's just, I mean, crazy though. When they asked why it was different, they're like, oh, we just changed our system. It's like, what? I mean, it's this stuff, yeah, it's possible, but all this weird stuff, all of it together makes it a little bit more less like likely, right? Hold on. I'm going to just bring up the document real quick with the receipt on it. So here, this is what this right here. So what they're saying is it's different than this grocery. Okay. I don't know why I guess it does make it a little bit confusing because they put those two up and then they're like, and you know, people are thinking you're comparing those two, but that's not what they were doing. They were just showing their receipt they got and then saying it looks different than Mica's receipt. And then the reason they said is, oh, because we changed systems Wednesday. So here, let's bring this up and then let me bring this. All right. Here, I'll do it this way. All right, here we go. There we go. I got them together now. So Oh. So basically the store is admitting though that they're different because they said they changed systems, I guess. So it's just showing like, look, it's totally different. The writing, that's on this. I mean, everything's different. You could see the difference, right? It's this one right here compared to this. Totally different. And they said, oh, because they changed systems. So yeah, I know how convenient, right? Like, what are the chances that mixed with she's in some random park that freaking the lawyer has property that goes right up the river, right on that river that she would have no reason to be there. So that's another one. What else? There's more. I can't think right now. There's a bunch of those weird things. It's like, what? All right, so let's go. Now, I do want to say, though, the other thing that I was going to show you if somebody posted this, but I did notice the echo. Somebody asked, I guess I could just Google it, but I saw it on Facebook, so I just screenshot it. Because I think this is why they're doing it, because there was an echo on that 911 call. And it's saying speakerphone reverb is one of the leading causes of echo in the phone because the microphone picks up sounds from the speaker and transmits audio back through the phone as an echo. So I think what I'm taking from that is it could be, if that was a AI recording on like a recording they have on the phone and then they're playing it into the speaker of the phone, it could create an echo, right? But I did notice a little bit of echo on the 911 call that her sister made when we were just listening. So then I'm thinking, it got me thinking, like, is it just maybe common, something the way that 911 calls copy them and download them and, record them or whatever, that it causes an echo sometimes or something? Because did you notice there was an echo on that one too? So I don't know. I mean, there might be something to that. It does make you wonder though, because if it is AI, then this would make sense, right? Okay, so hold on this one because I don't want any addresses on there to have to take my video down. Okay, so here's another interesting thing, guys. Here we go. So these messages, hold on one second. Yeah, here we go. Show with her sister. Okay, so it says, this is 2022, November 29th, 2022. It says, do you have Heather Wilson or her husband's contact information? This person says, no, I'm not even sure who that is. And they said, the sister says, we found out that the reason why we cannot get to Mica, the reason why the police are twisting everything that we said, the reason why there are guards keeping our family out of the hospital, the reason why they never made a police report in Horry County when everything went down at my house is because John Paul's best friend, head of security at Solid Rock, is married to the head of Horry County Police, Heather Wilson. And this person says, you're joking. There has to be a way to contact her. I looked it up. She is also a police officer, a lieutenant specifically. You could call the station and ask to speak to her. Sierra says, our friend who is an officer said that Heather, the lieutenant, called and was getting all the information from her department. Our friend was the police officer who happened to be on call and go to the doctor when Mica passed out. She said that JP was being a jerk to them and he was calling asking for information as well. So he was being a jerk to this other officer that the family knows, right? And the person says, good. And Sierra says, the problem is Heather Wilson is the member of Solid Rock who is giving all of the information to John Paul. She's the one who's in charge of Horry County Police Department, who's calling and gaining all of the information because of her rank from the officers who reported to the scene. And this person says, I see. Don't you have the police report from Spartanburg, though? That would be useful info to contact them about, especially since everything just went down within this last week. Now remember, this is from 2022, so they're talking about, when Mica got admitted and all that stuff. So it says, I have not told Anna or JP or Nate or Abby or anyone about Linda, but Linda is the elder that Mica had help her leave town and come to my house. Mica said she trusts Linda over everyone else. Linda knows JP made Mica leave and all that. She was heavily involved on the day JP was blowing up y'all's phone, but she doesn't know your perspective. It says, hey, just so you know, JP has Mica's phone, Facebook, email, all that. I don't know why we didn't think to tell you. You may have see us posted on Facebook, but it's been since February 6th. Okay, I saw that post that Nate put up about Mica's account being hacked, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Are they on the outs again? Why does he have all of that? Girl, it's a whole mess, but I really hope this time she's done. Even the cops won't help her. He has all her important stuff. He got her locked up against her will with a falsified court order because he said she was going to harm herself, and they were required to take her. Then, as soon as he got her taken away by the police, he took all of her belongings, like clothes, toiletry, etc., to her old roommate's house, and lied. Her old roommate's house, and lied, saying Mica was moving back in. But really, he was kicking her out while she was locked up. Then she got out and left and got help from the family. So as you would guess, he's losing his mind, trying to manipulate her. He has her car, her phone, her watch, her laptop. And then this is their response. Where is it at? Right here. So Sierra, a complaint resolution, right? So she makes a complaint about Heather Wilson. Upon receiving your complaint regarding Lieutenant Wilson and her actions regarding case number blah, 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 a medical event involving Mica Miller, an investigation was completed into the conduct of Lieutenant Wilson. Through the investigation, it was determined that Lieutenant Wilson did not have access to the findings of the officers, nor did she view any associated documentation or body cam video that would have provided case-specific information. After review of all the case-related documentation, to include interviews and statements of officers involved, there is no evidence that Lieutenant Wilson communicated any allegations of abuse or violence that was provided to officers with HCPD. As a result of the investigation, the allegation that Lieutenant Heather Wilson misused her position within the Horry County Police Department by providing information regarding the before-mentioned incident is unfounded and closed. Thank you. So, Brandon Strickland, Captain Criminal Investigations. So, there's a connection that JP has now with the freaking law enforcement. His security and friend from Solid Rock is married to the lieutenant from Horry County. So, that's very concerning, you know? And then this has been going around because remember the poem that he read that Mica wrote for him, supposedly, allegedly wrote for JP. Well, let me take a sip of my drink. Okay, so he didn't read some of it. Let me read it here. Oh, you want me to read it all or just the part that he left out? I'll read it all. So, Crush Forever. It's a movie in my head, but I wish it was real. So remember, this is supposedly she wrote this for him, which he never said when, right? He never said, was it like when they were kids? Because it seemed, I don't know, so when did she write this for you, right? It's a movie in my head, but I wish it was real. I see you on the playground, tell you how I feel. You give me a tiny field flower that you picked days ago and say I was scared, but now I know. We grow up slow, but the days go by fast. This crush we have still seems to last. Our friends would poke fun. They'd say she's not the one. You should try some other guys. Maybe your feelings will change in time. But we stick together hoping this could be forever. This is the part he left out. Passing notes in school just isn't enough, and keeping your hands off each other is tough. Right here. This one. It's you see mine and I see yours. Then we blush and quickly pull up our drawers. So it's like, is this okay? Is she writing this about like when they were younger? I'm confused because it sounds like it's like she's writing this like from like a crush like way back when they were kids, right? And if it's like true, if it's based on true events, like he's 14 years older. Like, when were you at the playground having a crush on him? And when was he freaking right here? You see mine, I see yours. Then we blush and quickly pull up our drawers. I mean, what? Yeah, she was in a kid. So I don't know. It's just weird because it makes it seem like it was like a kid type crush that she's talking about, right? Kissing all night under the stars. We have a secret place we like to call ours. A house made of sheets and rope and stick, but to us it feels more lasting than brick. Now it's college time, but we both know that's dumb. Why go our separate ways when we're having too much fun? Driving until there's no more road, singing Garth Brooks and Billy Joel. So we do what we do best, drive, sing, and play. We see every famous landmark along the way. I look up in the sky, so happy with my life, and a plane flies by. Mica, will you be my wife? A moment of destiny I couldn't have planned better, that I get to marry my crush forever. So it's like it's almost saying that she had a crush on. If she really wrote it, it's almost looking like he wrote it. That she had a crush on him when they were little kids, but he wouldn't have been a kid when she was a kid. So that's very concerning and very strange. And something is not right about that. Oh yeah, I wanted to see if you guys knew anything more about this because this looks like there was two separate things, right? Because look, two different case numbers. Well, I guess this was just domestic relations, separate support. This is from his first wife. And then there's another one that's custody. Oh yeah, custody visitation. Okay, never mind. I thought it said something else when I first looked at it. So yeah, that makes sense. Oh no, this is a different person. Yeah. Because his first Logan has a different Logan's mom isn't Allie like that. So he has basically his first kid is with another woman. The oldest. So somebody, I didn't make this, somebody made this screenshot. Says, look at all this right here. Knowingly damaged property, aggravated assault, deadly weapon, possession of liquor by a minor, possession of consumed liquor by a minor, possession of cannabis, contributing to the delinquency of a child, domestic battery, bodily harm, domestic battery, physical contact, assault, and battery of a high aggravated nature, being on premises after warning or refute to leave. And then there's a whole list we might go over at the end. There's a whole list of different things, all his charges, a lot of like traffic stuff. But I mean, still, it's like he's constantly breaking the law. I already went over that. This is, best 2024 places to worship, 4 consecutive years in a row in Business of Hall of Fame. Remember, he was bragging about that on one of his things. Wait, this isn't. Okay, so this says, well, let me make sure this is in the right order because I wanted to read this. Make sure it goes in. Oh, wait, where's the rest of it? Hold on, 1 second. Let me see how's chat doing. Hold on, let me look at chat. Yeah, I ran a background search. I could bring up the background report I have, and there's dates. Yeah. Maybe I'll do that at the end here. Somebody actually wrote me and asked why everyone is casting stones at JP. I mean, the guy has a criminal history the size of the Grand Canyon. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. The one at fight aggravated nature. Okay. Yeah. You guys, I don't know if you saw the last live where we talk about how like he hit a woman and with his car. I mean, all right. Let me 1 second, guys. Oh, sorry, guys. Okay, so let's read this real quick. So this is Eric Weber. I just thought it was kind of interesting. It says, we have to hold each other to a higher standard. It's the essence of Christian brotherhood. And why would the Bible include the instructions in the First Timothy if we are just to look the other way? Solid Rock had no accountability for their pastor, and JP made it that way. He absolutely abhorred criticism and kicked people out of the church rather than come in line with righteousness. I watched him surround himself with sycophants, who allowed him to do whatever he wanted. He became the abomination, and no one was there to stop him. He started telling demeaning stories about his wife from the pulpit. At first, it seems funny, like his hatred of cats or his sarcasm for Anor. But it turned very sour when there were complaints where we were told from the church leadership not to gossip. It became a cult. A lot of people left, but others stayed because, let's face it, the guy is an awesome piano player and a mesmerizing speaker. I tried to reach him by sending him positive text messages after his sermons, hoping to speak to his better angels, but eventually he shut me out. He would not. Dang it. See, I knew it was going to be out of order here. Okay, here we go. I found it. He would not be accountable to anybody. After he made his public confession of sexual deviance and drug abuse from the pulpit, I knew it was over for us. I was appalled that people ran up to the front and started praying for him and telling us all to forgive him. There were no consequences. There wasn't even a break in service. We just demanded more music and more parodies. And for a while, he delivered. But the sin hadn't been dealt with biblically, and so it came back with a vengeance. So much so that it ended up consuming his wife. This is the consequences of self will run wild and untamed by a culture that doesn't even want to talk about it, with a dead body lying at the altar. We can't be silent. We can't stop pointing to the path of righteousness. David Warner is right to point to the scriptures. We must speak truth to a lost world. It's our mission. We now mourn the loss of a beautiful young woman who was taken from us by satanic. Yeah, we know who is satanic. I gotta find where we left out. We can't be silent. We can't stop. Oh, there it is. God, why? That took me forever to see where I left off. Wow. So yeah, the beautiful young woman who was taken from us by satanic forces. We all carry the burden of guilt for not doing enough to stop it. JP should have been held accountable on the day of his confession. We let him get away with his sin, and we paid a heavy price for it. Oh, how I wish we had been brave enough to hold up the Bible and quoted 1 Timothy on that day. Let us not be silent. Let us boldly proclaim the word of God, because we know the horrible consequences of not doing so. Okay, here's one of the letters from releases from his lawyer. Let's see. It says, following the untimely death of Mica Miller, unfounded rumors and false accusations began circulating on social media and in various media outlets, suggesting Pastor Miller's involvement in her demise. This created a buzz, causing local and national media outlets to begin proliferating these falsehoods on a mammoth proportion. Our clients refutes any report that suggests he has ever abused his wife. Recent reports claim that Pastor Miller groomed his wife from the age of 10 years old, couldn't be farther from the truth. She moved to Myrtle Beach at the age 15. She was married to another man at the age of 18 and divorced at the age of 21. It has come to light that Mica Miller struggled with mental illness, specifically bipolar disorder, which, when not properly managed, led to paranoid episodes and self-destructive behavior. Again, Mica suffered from mental illness, and some reports made by her in the recent past are nonsensical. This unfortunate reality underscores the importance in destigmatizing mental health issues and ensuring those affected receive appropriate support treatment. Yeah, I wish I could understand. So the whole that nine times edited. Does anybody have a copy of how they got edited? Like the differences in the edits? I'm so interested in that. But anyway, this says WTF Robeson County Sheriff's Office removes photo of Mica from their Facebook post. It has been confirmed that Robeson County has deleted the photo everyone has been questioning. In fact, when you look at the edit history on the post, there were released all the photos. That post alone has been edited 9 times. And here is where is shows an attachment missing. Top photo that has been speculated is not Mica. Bottom Robeson. Okay, wait, hold on a second. I gotta go find that because I don't. This says Robeson so bolded the one. What? So bolded the one, badly edited the 6, and changed the font on all black numbers. They did such a bad Photoshop job that they cut out the tree line into a square. Why? So they're saying, this person's saying that 1 and 6 change the font on all the black numbers. Yeah, it does look, that one looks different than the other ones. But this doesn't, this looks like the same font, right? This looks like the same font as this. It does look kind of weird though. That one definitely looks weird. The one looks different, I would say, then. But I don't know. Oh. What's the statement from Mica Miller's family? Mica's body was released to John Paul on April 30th, 2024. John Paul said that Mica's mother, father, or any other family member was not allowed to see Mica's body at the funeral home. He later changed his mind and said we could see her if our parents first signed this certification of cremation. We asked the investigative officer whether her remains were tested for water in her lungs, gunpowder residue on her hands, or any other part of her body. A toxicology report and an autopsy, however, were told none of these tests were performed, which is messed up. Here's this letter that, so this is December 3rd, 1998. It's there. So it looks like it's a letter. Seems like it's a letter on behalf of John Paul about getting custody of his son. So to whom it may concern, it is with a heavy heart that I see my son having to settle for joint custody when I feel that Logan needs the loving, stable Christian family that we would give him. We love Logan like our own child. I believe that his mother also loves him, and I believe that to the best of her ability, she has and would care for him. However, when I look at the past 2 years and I think of the future, I shudder at what kind of life Logan will have with his mother as the primary custodian. Although I have offered to homeschool Lene and help her get her GED, she has refused all efforts to gain an education beyond ninth grade. This is why my son and we want to know that Logan will be given the best care possible. John Paul is enrolled in 2 colleges. He will be student teaching by next fall so he can earn money to continue his studies in the secular field in the area of medicine. Wouldn't Logan be better off in a home that promotes education? Our family is active as an entire family in our church. Logan goes to church and will always be in church as long as he is with his father. Wouldn't a child be better off brought up in a stable Christian home than drugged from place to place and never go to church? I have to go and pick Logan up at an apartment of one man Logan was living with. Okay. And now it is a different man. We do not even know where the child is staying most of the time. Wouldn't he be better off with his father in a beautiful home we own and know that he would always be provided for financially? John Paul does not drink, never used drugs, and has stopped smoking. His only problem as a teenager has been his driving, which has improved. No, it didn't improve as an adult. He's got so many tickets for driving. Allegedly. No, I don't have to say allegedly if it's true. If he has tickets, he has tickets. That's a fact. Yeah. Yeah, probably, Kimmy. Hey, Linda, it's weird how you just hung up on them. I know. I want to listen to that again with you and too. That's something at the end I want to kind of talk about some of the stuff on that. But okay. So where are we at? So he stopped smoking. His driving has improved. There is presently a problem with an accusation of reckless driving, but we believe that it will be resolved once the entire investigation is complete. We feel the charges will either be dropped or he will be found innocent. This is the only problem he has ever caused us. John Paul works. He goes to school. He's getting an education. He is faithful and serves the church. He lives in a stable home. He has never committed a crime. He has shown tremendous responsibility toward Logan. From the very first, he and we began to support Logan. Even while in high school, as a senior, he worked to help support Lene and Logan. Finally, I hate to see Logan continue to be used as a weapon by Lene. Lene denied us the opportunity to see Logan's first Christmas because John Paul would not give her an Elmo doll. Hold on one second. She has denied the request to give Logan both their last names. Hardy Miller. Because she says John Paul was with her at the hospital. Nevertheless, considering he had not seen her for 9 months and felt that she had been with others, he felt he had to have the paternity test before he could emotionally open his heart. The last name of Hardy is not even Lene's real name, so I don't know if she understands that. She is denying a male child the right to carry the name of his father, but he is a weapon to her, and we have seen it repeatedly. In conclusion, John Paul and we could give Logan a stable, beautiful home to live in versus being drugged from one man's home to another, a first-rate Christian private school education versus family that has shown maybe none, I don't know. A Christian home with a Christian life versus no church life with the mother, a financially secure future with his own bedroom, and an identity of growing up in a nice, safe neighborhood versus not knowing where he will sleep from month to month. Logan needs the last name of his father. Lene will never understand with her lack of education, maturity, and knowledge of psychology just how important it will be as a male child for this boy to have the identity of the name of his father. You would think the Lene would want what is best for Logan versus considering her feelings. We offered $50,000 life insurance policy on John Paul for Logan to insure him the funds for a college education if anything happened to John Paul. But Lene refused it unless she was the beneficiary. Why should someone who cares more for himself or herself than the child have custody? I deeply regret that this child is being robbed of so much, but I can say that to the degree of Lene and the courts will allow, we will do everything possible to see that Logan, our only grandchild, has everything that we can give in love, care, concern, and financial resources. Hey, Tora. Wait, what, Lisa? Did I say a word wrong or something? Or are you talking to somebody else probably, huh? Oh, you said touch charges. Okay. You're talking. It's like, did I do it? But yeah, I know, dude. I type so many mistypes. It's frustrating. Now this screenshot was just in the group, so I don't know if I'm guessing it sounds like something he would say, right? So like one of his sermons or whatever, but I'm not sure. I'm guessing it was in like a group about this case, but says, how do you act when you don't get your way? Are you looking for something in return when you give and serve? I knew a lady once who loved to sing in church. She would lead worship, sing solos, and learn new songs constantly. So I'm thinking that he's probably talking about Mica. Maybe he talks so bad about her that he's like obvious who he's talking about. You know, like when he's saying like his wife or whatever, when he's up there. I'm going to play you this compilation from another channel that found some good ones that he was talking about his wife. It's freaking crazy. But anyway, so it says, I thought for sure she had a bank account up in heaven and that was overflowing. But one day when we asked her to sing in the choir and let someone else use that microphone, you would have thought I asked her to sacrifice her firstborn child. She was so upset. She stormed into my office and later told me, I will never sing in your church again if I can't sing on a microphone. Maybe this is about someone else, but still, like he's outing somebody, right? The reason this saddened me so much was because I knew about all the time and energy she had spent over the past 2 decades singing, leading, learning new songs, singing solos, etc. And all the time she spent getting to church early and practicing was all a waste. The only reward she ever got was with the people who thought about her and the compliments she received. Because her motives were impure, she never received any eternal rewards. Her bank account in heaven for all of her singing at church was overdrawn. Which one? Where is that at? Hold on. Jake, is that his dad who? You talking about the letter I wrote or what? Or I read, sorry. Tom Winslow owns 160 acres land right near Fair Bluff in Lumber State Park. Yep, he does. And this says, the family is grateful for everything everyone has done to help find justice for Mica. They're aware that the Robeson County Sheriff's Office released a statement about the FBI being involved. However, the family has no personal knowledge of the nature of any FBI investigation and therefore has no comment. That's the letter I just read. Here's JP. There's Tom Winslow, the lawyer that has the land. And it's being looked into. Tom Winslow, recently I asked about plans. We all make plans, but are those your plans or God's plans? I moved to Georgetown because my one job offer was there. I married Lauren. Okay, so yeah, we already went over that. Okay. Hold on. Let me get to the already went that. Okay, so those are the screenshots. Now, okay. Why won't that let me do that? Let's go over a few pictures before I go play that video. One second. Oh, did you guys see that TikTok? So there's a TikTok that they think is JP. It's JP Miller. And hold on, I'll show you, but here's a couple pictures that are on there and we'll go to it in a minute. but there's like pictures that they said they think it probably is him or somebody that's running it for him, because there's pictures that haven't been released that, that he would only have. But this is from his TikTok. So is this. And so is this. And he puts maybe my favorite picture of Mica. And this is from it too. I'll go to it 1 second. And then look at her wedding. I love the gold shoes. Aww. Look right here, dude. She looks concerned. That's like I feel like that's not a face that looks very, but I don't know. I'm reading too much into that. I'm sure at that moment she didn't realize what she was, or maybe, maybe she did. Maybe subconsciously. You don't even look happy. Like usually when you watch, like you see like wedding videos when the groom is watching the bride walk up, they have like a huge smile, or they have some kind of look that's like happy or in love or whatever. I don't know. Why does he look like miserable? And what's that? Like gnarly, man. Like what? Like, look, not even happy. Now they're smiling in that one though. Hey, Patronus. Yeah, she did look worried. Thank you. She did. Yes, Sarah, there you go. That's it. Yeah. All right. So those are the pictures, the newer ones that I found as I was looking up stuff. Okay, so let me bring up that TikTok real quick. That's supposedly him. I mean, it's JP. I mean, he's not trying to hide it. 1 second. Gee. Oh. All right. Wait, did he take it down? Oh, never mind. Freaking autocorrect. Dang it. There you go, autocorrect. It made me type in something that I didn't type in. There we go. Okay. Wait, is it gone? Dude. You guys, anybody that knows the channel I'm talking about, try to find it. Now I can't find it. Did he take it down? I screen record it and went through it, so I have it all on screen record, but that's why can somebody check and see if I'm just like doing something stupid? Because the first one was something like, oh, everything is going to come out or something. Does anybody else see it? Because it's not popping up for me for some reason. Huh. I feel like I'm just like overlooking something. Has anybody else found it? I was just on it earlier. Oh, look at this. Oh, hold on. I have the hold on. I got to turn my earphones on so I know what's playing. Hold on 1 second. What was the audio for that? Was it okay? I hope that music doesn't. But anyway, this is not the thing. I'm trying to find his. Has anybody else been able to? I think he took it down. I think he took it down. Oh, yeah, he did. She's saying, yeah, it's gone. But hold on, I screen record it. 1 second. I think it was him though. From what people were saying, like the pictures are like he has stuff that like new pictures that and like yeah, new pictures that wouldn't be that only he would have. So either he had somebody start it for him Let me find my screen recording of it. 1 second. There's not much on it, to be honest, though. So there's just I just wanted to show you the very first one because the other one is just like a picture. Yeah, right here. Here it is. Right here. So this is, I screen recorded earlier. So it's right here. So the first one. I cut off the beginning. I went through them all. Somehow it didn't catch the beginning when I went through it. Oh, well. But right here, the actual. And like this, remember he talked about this? Well, he showed it on a different. He talked about it in the memorial, but he hold on, I don't want to. So it's just a picture, but oh, this right here, they're tattoos. A fool has no desire to understand, but only wants to show off his stupid opinion. It's just like music on it. So maybe my favorite picture of Mica, it says. Mica's home screen pic. Pure, humble, faithful. And he's got some tattoos. Looks like scriptures written off. And they both have the pure, humble, faithful. Asking her. No. Like he didn't put, I try to go over on these and it wouldn't, there's like no other pictures for some reason, but then this one, hold on, right here. So his first TikTok said, the actual truth is about to come out. Get ready. Okay. That's what he says. And then he just releases all this. It's just like pictures of him. It's like, okay, what's the truth? Like, what are you trying to say? That, yeah, you guys were married and you did have a relationship where you probably did have some good times that you have pictures for? Like, well, I don't understand. What's the truth? I mean, what is that? What is the point? And then this one says, participating in this activity could result in you or others getting hurt. Actually, there is one video on there. Hold on. I've downloaded it of her talking. Let me get it real quick. I think it was from there. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was that one right there. And if you clicked on it, it was a video, I think. Should show you real quick. It's this one, right? Hold on. Let me share it like this. Right here, I think. Oh, I gotta mute it because that's gonna definitely be copyrighted. But it's I Had the Time of My Life, that song. And so this is coming from his TikTok. So what he's trying to say is she probably sent this to him, talking about, I owe it all to you. That song, I had the time of my life and I owe it all to you, whatever. And she's singing it to him. So I think his whole point and what he tries to do is try to show that how she loves him and they had this best relationship and stuff. But we all know that, of course, there's going to be some good times. You know what I'm saying? We're not denying that she loved you at one point and that there was some good times. But I'm willing to bet that it turned into having more bad than good, you know? But of course, because if it was all bad, then the person wouldn't even, there has to be something. There's this manipulation where, of course, you give her good times because how do you like grab her back in? You know what I'm saying? You have to have her, you have to have some good times to want where you could pull her back in. You know what I'm saying? It's the manipulation where it's like, oh, you're always like trying to get that good time, you know? So it's like, yeah, we know. Like, it doesn't mean that she wasn't unhappy, you know, in this relationship. So, but I think that's what it seems like he's trying to prove with all this. Okay, shoo. Here's a TikTok JP sermon. Let's see what it see. I forget which one this said, but I downloaded it, so it must have said something that says 4/21/24. So April 21st. Okay.
And I have a word, I know it's for me and maybe for some of y'all, and that is this: winter doesn't last forever. I mean, I'm in a winter season like you would not even imagine. I don't even want to be here today, to be honest with you. I text Reverend Randall this past week a dozen times, please get me out of here. Find somebody else. I can't even take it anymore. And he keeps pushing me to go forward. But man, I just hate my life right now. But I have to keep remembering the four little words: this too shall pass. You know, it doesn't feel like it. It feels like it's going to last forever. It feels like it'll never be over. And you think, well, you know, I'm a pastor, I'm doing my best, I'm serving God. Surely God can stop the bad things, but Matthew 5:45 says this: the rain falls on the just and the unjust. We know it falls on the unjust. How bad does that suck that it falls on us too? There's a burden and a blessing in every season. Learn to focus on the blessing. I'll close with this.
Okay. Yes. No, Abellis is right. I took that from that article too, where they said something like he used something. They were talking about like some kind of sexual gratification, and they listed something like how he used animals, homeless people or something, and like, you guys remember, that's where she's getting that from. So there is something. They were trying to insinuate that whoever that interview was, let me see if I could find it. It was either the Fit News one or the Daily Mail one. So there's the one with the Fit News where there was a source that was like a friend, I guess they said, right, that they got information. And then the Daily Mail said from the alley, from they got the divorce papers, and it was information coming from his ex. So both of them were very concerning, some of the stuff in it. Hold on, I'll find it. Let's do the Fit News first. But yeah, 100%. Like but it was like very vague. So it's like it left us our imaginations like, okay, what's going on? Like, what do they mean exactly? So I'm sure it'll come out slowly. I feel like it's like, it is slowly coming out, but I'm sure eventually we'll get a bigger picture. Oh, wait, there's another article. Hold on a second. I'm glad I went to Fitz News. Let's see. It looks like they have a new article about this. Hold on a second. Here, look, it looks like there's a new one. Let's read it together, and then we'll read the old one too. I gotta remember to check because I'm paying $8 a month for Fit News. I gotta remember to like check the check them check the website every once in a while to see. But look, when I typed in Fit News, then this came up. I clicked on it. Attorney Lauren Taylor on Mica Miller and Michael Colucci cases. Let's see. While our Jen Wood and Andy Fancher were on the road gathering new information on the mysterious supposed unaliving of South Carolina pastor's wife Mica Miller, I sat down with prominent Palmetto State Attorney Lauren Taylor to get her initial insights on this high-profile case and several potential legal battles that could follow from it. Okay, so hold on, let's see. Says we've seen a lot of these cases really push the envelope for how far are we going to go in holding someone liable when something happens. You know, he didn't put the gun in her hand, but he did drive her to that point, and without his actions, would she still be here today? That's going to be, yeah. But see now, like the family is thinking that there's a chance that maybe that she wasn't the one that pulled the trigger willingly. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to think. I was leaning more towards, yeah, I think she pulled the trigger. I think she would never have done that I mean, he pushed her to it. But now with the family, like talking, saying things and different things that, you know, with the Tom Winslow and the land that he owns and just different things is making me like start to like lean more over that way a little bit. Like maybe that she didn't. Maybe she was forced, like physically forced, you know? Maybe. I'm not saying I think that 100% or anything, but let's see. Where are we at? Leading up to the recent day. Says one of the things I thought was a really good strategy on the part of the defense was that they don't want prosecutors to use the word victim, homicide, confession, strangle, struggle, or anything like that. Oh, they're talking about another. All right, so let's find the first that other article that we were talking about. Let's see, let's put it on Mica Miller. All right, so it is. Oh, there's another article. We'll go back to this one, but hold on. Let me get the one that I was referring to, which is this right here. Okay. So it says, I'm not going to read the whole thing because I did read it in my live, but we'll read the part that we're talking about. I'm not sure if it's actually in this one or the other one, but they both have like a part that's very concerning. Okay, hold on. Death and battle pastor. Says our media outlet spoke with several close friends of Miller in an effort to gain insights into her final days, weeks, months among us. Okay. She met her husband. This says when she was 10 years old, but I'm not sure if it was 10 or 14. Okay, 20 raised the church. Okay, so it says Mica became more active in the day-to-day activities in 2020. From the outside looking in, their marriage was perfect, but according to her friends, things were not as they appeared. Mica's close friends indicated the marriage began deteriorating about 2 years ago, but most of them were unaware of how bad things had gotten until the fall of 2023. Around this time, JP purportedly read an apology letter to the church board members explaining the couple had separated and admitted that he had been exchanging text messages with the daughter of a couple who were members of the church. JP is also said to have informed the board that he and Mica had agreed that they could see other people while they were separated, a claim more than a few people of the board members questioned. Several longtime friends of the couple who belonged to the church began feeling uncomfortable with the seemingly strange new messaging and tone of his weekly sermons. As a result, they opted to seek a new church to call home. When Mica realized her friends no longer belonged to the church, she began opening up to them. According to multiple friends, what the young wife claimed she was experiencing at the hands of her husband was horrific. According to them, Mica was, as court documents supplied by her family attested to, a woman afraid for her life. Mica was a devout Christian. She cherished the faith and the fellowship she found within her church. Friends say she endured years of abuse at the hands of her husband silently, afraid that if she spoke the truth to those closest to her, it would affect their relationship with God. While those who are not devout followers of Christ may struggle to understand her hesitancy, Those who are say Mica was ultimately striving to protect the one thing which brought her the most peace during the time she struggled most, her faith. So here it is. So friends say Mica told them her husband, the same husband who preached regularly about the dangers of his. I need a code word for, or like a word, because I do think that that's one that's on the YouTube list that we can't say. But he had some addictions here. Let me make this bigger so you guys can read. He was addicted to sex. They say he required her to have sex with him 3 to 5 times a day. At night, when she refused to comply, they claimed he kept her awake by blaring loud music in her ears and throwing water on her as she drifted off to sleep, a form of torture utilized in interrogation techniques. When Mica couldn't meet his demands, according to her friends, he allegedly began forcing her to take testosterone shots to increase her sex drive. He also allegedly began engaging in other methods of sexual gratifications, methods which dehumanize Mica. Several of these methods, which can only be described as humiliating to his reserved wife, allegedly involved animals. There it is. It is this one that said that. Involved animals, homeless men, and sex toys. While Mica's decision to privately share such awful details of her marriage shocked her friends, they also said in retrospect that it made sense given how he treated her. Talking about how he would talk to her in front of people, he would talk down to her, and the light would just go away in her face. So yeah. So here's it. It says friends say the evidence included proof of misuse of church funds. Oh no, let me read. Mica had been preparing to leave her husband, but given the alleged abuse she had endured and a failed previous attempt in September 2023, she was carefully documenting evidence for her attorney. Friends say the evidence included proof of misuse of church funds, affairs involving JP and other women, and other illicit activities. Given a recently uncovered incident report filed on March 13th, 2024 with the Myrtle Beach Police Department, which alleged the illegal transfer of funds from the church's Dare to Care mission to Miller's personal account, it is possible she had ample ammunition. Okay, so let's look at that other article, though. This newer one right here. Let's see what this is. Mica Miller's saga. Court records provide details about pastor's assault conviction. It's facing withering scrutiny following the supposed unaliving of his wife, who was seeking a divorce from him when she was found dead at the Lumber State Park. The tragic event has prompted a closer examination of Miller's past, revealing a troubling history of criminal behavior, including allegations of harassment and assault. So it says years before founding the Solid Rock Ministries, Miller pleaded guilty to assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature in June 1999. The incident is part of a criminal record that includes his charges from contributing to the delinquency of a minor and driving under the influence and assault. And it says, since Mica's death, multiple sources have revealed incidents of extreme harassment that many say contributed to Mica's demise, either directly or indirectly. Research director Jen Wood went to the Horry County Courthouse this week in search of information that could explain the incidents behind the charges. The documents she found delve into the previously unreported specifics.
Andy Fancher and I are on day 2 of our quest to follow Mica Miller's final journey. Today we are at the Horry County Clerk of Court's office to go through court records to look at divorce filings from J.P. Miller's first divorce, as well as the divorce filings from Mica Miller in the recent 6 months. We're also going to be looking at property records and deeds related to the church over which Pastor Miller presided, as well as individuals that are tied to the church. So stay tuned to fitsnews.com as we let you know what we find inside the Clerk of Court's office.
Okay, so in 1998, when J.P. Miller was 19 years old, he was indicted on charges of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature. According to the Myrtle Beach Sun News, the indictment charges Miller with hitting a woman twice with his vehicle at a high rate of speed. I want to know more details because hit somebody twice. How do you hit somebody twice? So that means he was like, if it was an accident, you would just hit him once, right? So that means like it was purposely, it seems like. Doesn't it? Like if you're okay, you hit somebody once and then you go and hit him again? Well, like, is it somebody he knew? Let's see if they have any information because I want to know if it's somebody he knew. Was it purposeful? Like, what the heck? I know we talked about this last live, but I want to know more details. Don't you guys? Hey, Russian Aloha. Oh, wait, hold on. Sarah, thank you. And Abellas, thank you. Hey, Angelina. Well, gunshot, supposedly, the report says self-inflicted gunshot wound, but we don't know because they didn't do an autopsy. No autopsy, didn't see if there was water in her lungs, didn't see, like, nothing. They didn't check toxicology, didn't check anything. And now she's freaking cremated, and we can't find out. Hey, girl interrupted. Yeah, it's definitely a tangled mess. Alicia. All right, let's see. So we have on October 2nd, 1998, the victim filed a personal injury suit against Jean Paul in Horry County. Court documents obtained by Fitz News detail the events of the day. Oh. Okay. According to the complaint, Jennifer Garland, who was also 19 years old at the time, was assisting her family as they were sandbagging homes in the Bride Creek subdivision of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The Garlands were working to help neighbors in response to extreme flooding that occurred in the area. Wait, what's sandbagging? They were sandbagging homes. Oh, okay. So to help extreme flooding. I think I understand what that means then, if it was to help the flooding. At the time of the incident, the roadway was closed by Horry County authorities. Defying the road closed sign, Miller entered the area on a silver S10 pickup truck, with black tape covering the license plate. Black tape? Oh, you gotta be kidding. So it definitely was intentional. He covered his gosh darn license plate so he could just, hit and run? The future pastor had been at the scene in a different truck minutes before, speeding on the closed roadway, at which point the people were there sandbagging homes, told him to leave. Upon returning in the silver S10, Miller began to speed to harass the people attempting to save their homes, the complaint noted. At the same time, Garland was walking on the roadway and was telling Miller to slow his vehicle. Miller instead accelerated and ran into the plaintiff, pushing her onto the hood of the truck. Miller drove with the plaintiff on the hood for approximately 100 yards, wherein he was stopped by a witness and Garland was able to roll off the vehicle. Defendant then left the scene. As the result of the incident, Garland suffered severe pain and permanent injuries, the complaint alleged. So where's the second time, though? But still, I mean, it's messed up. Dude, I can't, oh my God. And the fact that he had tape over his license plate? Like, so he was planning on freaking committing some, doing something illegal, right? Yeah, I did, Jake. I did one like at the beginning, but I just kind of read out some of the stuff. I don't think I shared the screen. And now I have all the yeah, we'll show some of his records here after. Just remind me. But it looks like they're doing it. They have all the specifics where the background search just gives you a general, the laws broke and stuff. Okay, so where are we at? Miller was arrested on February 11th, 1998. His bond was set at $5,000 and he was released the same day. When the case went before the South Carolina Circuit Court Judge Allison Renee Lee the following June, Miller did not contest the charge. The court ordered a restitution hearing, and Miller received a suspended sentence of 4 years, 3 years of probation, 500 hours community service, and an order to pay court fees. Wait. Wouldn't this have been before that letter, or would this have been after that letter that his parents wrote to get his son custody, talking about how the only laws that he broke is traffic, and well, I guess maybe that's what they were talking about, is this incident, but running over somebody is way different than a freaking speeding ticket. I'm sorry. On May 31st, 2022, John Paul received a pardon for this conviction. What? Count on Fitz News to provide additional coverage of this developing situation as we search for the answers. So here is jury verdict. This action came before the court for a trial by jury. The issues have been tried and the jury has rendered its verdict. This action came to trial. Okay, tried, heard. This is judgment was entered on the 22nd day of May, 2000. Continued. Harassing the defendant at the scene of the incident, jumping in the hood of the defendant's truck. An attempt. Wait. Hold on a second. Let me see. Hold on a second. Okay. The defendant above named. Okay. Denies each and every allegation of said complaint, not herein specifically and unconditionally admitted. Defendant admits the allegations of paragraph 1. The defendant denies allegations of paragraph 2 and 3. The defendant denies the allegations of 5 through 9. And answering the allegations of paragraph 10 alleges paragraph 1 through 5 as set forth in verbatim. Okay, let me see here. The defendant alleges and shows the injuries and damages of the plaintiff, if any, were due to and caused by the comparative negligence, carelessness, recklessness, willfulness, and wantonness of the plaintiff, an attempt to be determined by the trier of fact pursuant to South Carolina. Okay, in harassing the defendant at the scene of the incident. So now he's saying she was harassing him. She jumped on the hood of his truck and attempting to damage defendant's truck and refusing to get off defendant's truck and making a known and informed assumption to undertake the risk or risks. So now he's making him the victim. Okay. Once again, he's making himself the victim now. What the there's a history of it. There's no changing. Anyway, the defendant alleges and says that to the extent that the plaintiff failed to claim any injuries whatsoever at the time of this accident and is now alleging in her complaint injuries which are entirely inconsistent with the facts of this case. The defendant demands strict proof of any and all injuries claimed by the plaintiff and affirmatively alleges that the injuries claimed by the plaintiff are not the product of this alleged fall and were not sustained as a proximate result of this alleged fall. The defendant alleges and says that the imposition of punitive damages on the basis of the accident given rise to this lawsuit would represent the deprivation of liberty and property without due process of law. The violation of 5th, 6th, 8th, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Wow. You've got to be kidding me. I'm glad we looked. I'm glad, Bellis, I'm glad you you said that, and it made me look at Fitz News because that was interesting, and I wanted to know more details about that. So I'm glad we looked at that. Okay, so let's go to my emails. All right. One second. So I wanted to play a couple other videos here. Yeah, I'll play that last. I'll play that second. Let's watch this one. I hope the audio is still on. Hold on one second.
The estranged wife of John Paul Miller, former pastor at the Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach. This week, the Robeson County Sheriff's Office, they released a timeline of what happened the day Mica died by a self-inflicted gunshot wound at the Lumber River State Park. Now, tonight, the man who reported hearing Mica crying and the sound of a gunshot at that state park is sharing how his character is now under attack. He says it's destroying his life, and he wants the baseless attacks that he's seeing on social media to stop. He talked with ABC 15's Tanya Brown. She joins us now live from the Robeson County Sheriff's Office in Lumberton.
Andrew, the fisherman says he never thought fully cooperating with the police investigation and telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth would lead to him being unfairly targeted on social media. I met 55-year-old Johnny Jacobs today at an undisclosed location in Robeson County. He didn't want me to show his face because he's concerned for his safety after being bashed and targeted on social media.
It's like putting my life in danger with some of the things that's been said.
Jacobs tells me he'd been fishing for several hours on April 27th at the Lumber River State Park when he heard a faint cry. He says 2 or 3 minutes later, he heard a gunshot.
I said, oh my God, don't tell me, because the crying had stopped. I said, don't tell me something's happened, don't tell me something. I was getting ready to get out of there. Another 3 people came into the lake on a boat, and I plainly asked them, I said, did y'all hear that gunshot? They said yes.
Jacob says he couldn't see anything because of all the trees blocking his view.
This here's the park, of course. This is where I put my boat in at.
He showed me a map on his phone of the Lumber River State Park to better show his location on the river that day.
You see how thick the woods are? That's why I couldn't see nothing. So right along in here is where I found Mica's belongings at.
He says he found Mica's backpack, glasses, and cell phone on the bank and gave them all to deputies on scene. He says he didn't know Mica and has no reason to lie to police. Johnny Jacobs wants the unfair targeting against him to end.
I want this to stop as far as me. I don't want to make this all about me because I'm still thinking about Mica. I'm trying to respect her family. And I got total respect for them, and I am so sorry for what they're going through. I never thought my day would turn out like that.
The Robeson County medical examiner has also been bashed on social media for how he ruled Mica's death as a suicide. Now, the North Carolina State Medical Examiner's Office, I reached out to them today to get information on if an autopsy was done on Mica's body, and I am still waiting to learn that answer. Live in Lumberton, Tanya Brown, ABC 15.
It wasn't. Family said no autopsy. Wasn't done. Anyway, that just made me realize something where he's pointing to the map, and I don't know why I didn't realize it when I had the Google Maps up. But hold on one second. Let me unstar this. Okay. Look. Let me bring up my map. So if this happened, like this, see how it's like, it's a river, but there's a little area right here where it's like a dead end here, you know, like a little cul-de-sac, right? So this is where she was, right over here. So that does seem quite convenient that they could, how do I word this here? This could happen where they don't have to worry about anybody coming through, right? because they would have to come, you know what I'm saying? They'd be coming down here. Would anybody like go over here? So they have like privacy. Nobody's going to be coming through this way. It's like a little dead end here. You know? I mean, if you were planning something like that, that'd be like the perfect freaking spot. Dang it. And he found her stuff here. You know, that's just too freaking convenient, you know? Huh. Hold on, I'm just looking to see. So there's like... Huh. Oh, here, let me look at that. So, right here, so she was up here, like, okay, so we have the Princess Overflow group camping. Hiking, so there's a path, trail. What's that arrow mean? I'm trying to get rid of this. Oh, here. I should just bring up the state park. What is that arrow? Oh, anyway. Yeah, there's too many weird things about this. All right, let me play another video. Hold on 1 second.
Medical examiner, people in the Palmetto State and across the country are asking how and why was she able to get a firearm so quickly and easily? Tonight, ABC 15's Emma Parkhouse is working for you, breaking down the state's laws for firearm sales and purchases and explaining why those laws can make a life or death difference. Emma.
Connor, there are actually very few laws or regulations surrounding firearm sales and purchases in South Carolina, essentially leaving the door open for almost anyone to purchase a gun. We do want to warn you that the following story does talk about suicide. In South Carolina, there aren't many laws or regulations regarding firearm sales and purchases. Laws currently in effect ban possession of guns on school campuses and government buildings, along with prohibiting felons, fugitives, stalkers, and involuntarily committed mental health patients from buying a firearm. One notable law the Palmetto State does not have on the books is the requirement for a waiting period to finalize the purchase of a firearm. Licensed therapist Sandy Quast says that waiting period can be a deciding factor when someone is having suicidal thoughts.
Statistically, like 75% of people who attempt suicide have that thought for 20 minutes or less, and then it passes. But if they take a lethal means, for instance, like a handgun, and within that time frame, there's no turning back with that. A lot of times when people actually do take, let's just say, prescription drugs, or they poison themselves with some other method, they actually think about it afterwards, and this is exactly outside of that time frame. After the 20 minutes, they think, oh God, what did I do? Then they call somebody, then they get help, and then they survive.
But with a lethal method like a handgun, Quest says someone who has more immediate access to a handgun doesn't typically have a second chance to consider their choice.
If they had more time, this could prevent a lot of suicides.
State law requires officials to report prohibitive mental health records into a background check system. However, South Carolina's firearm regulations create loopholes that limit access to that data. Current Currently, the state doesn't have age restrictions, nor does it require buyers to have a background check or permit to purchase a handgun. And while a federal background check is usually done at the time of purchase, if courts do not transmit this information to SLED within 5 days so SLED can send it to the NICS database, the individual people must remain confidential. Federal law also doesn't require sellers to conduct a background check if a firearm buyer has a state permit, meaning concealable weapons permit holders in South Carolina, they're exempt from a required federal background check. Sandy Quast says that if you see a change in behavior or depressive patterns in your loved ones, to directly ask them if they're having suicidal thoughts or ideations. This will help open up the conversation and help seek the help that they will need. Live in Carolina Forest, Emma Parkhouse.
Okay. All right, let me see. I'm still trying to find the whole where the her dad got the screaming. Like, who said she screamed? Who said they heard screams? I don't. Can somebody like send me the video or something where that came from? Because that is pretty serious. I'm looking through some stuff to see if I can find it. Come on, come on. So here's that. Hold on a second. So here is that here, look. Here's the guy, that blue-eyed, or what's his name? Blue. I can't remember his name, but it's Blue something. That was like defending JP. So somebody put together a little clip here. Hold on, let me show you. One second, I gotta reshare my screen since. So this is that guy. Not Squirrel Gaming is just talking about it. She said, keep an eye out for the guy who's defending JP.
Miller had to deal with from this mentally unstable woman. There needs to be some kind of law in effect right now that women can't be jurors of convicted in nobody.
Blue-eyed Devil, that's his name. Wow, he has a lot of followers too. Huh. Let me see if he's still down. His page was down. At least I couldn't find it. Yeah, it was, because when I clicked, somebody had a link to it, one of the videos, and I clicked on it and it said the page was private or it was down or something. Let me see if he has it back up. Oh, he's back up. But maybe he took down the Mica stuff. Hold on, let me see. Looks like I don't know. It looks like, it doesn't look like that the Mica stuff, he took it down. He took down his Mica stuff, huh? Right? Looks like, because he probably removed it, he made his channel private probably for a minute and like scrubbed it all from it, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? But he was getting a lot of crap. Yeah, I don't see. Looks like he did, at least a lot of it. Yeah, let me look at chat. Okay. Zav wants to find out if someone heard screams, not to listen to them. Wait, what? Yeah, I was asking if, because the dad mentioned about hearing screams. I was just asking if anybody knows where that came from. I'd like to hear. Because I never heard that. I was confused when he said that. But then some people in chat were like, no, there's supposedly there was somebody said they heard screams, but who said it? Because now the only witness that's talking is that fisherman, right? And then the person that found her. So it had to be one of them. No, not you're Sandra. Oh my Lord. I want to know where it came from. You're like understanding. So the dad brought up that there was screams that day. Somebody heard screams. That was the first I ever heard of it. I'm trying to figure out where that came from is what I'm talking about. So, I mean, you're whatever. Wow. I mean, if you really are offended on something like that, we're true crime. Of course, we want to know every detail. So I want to know where that came from. Where did he hear that? Did fisherman say he heard screams? Did the person that found her say he heard screams? What witness heard that? That's all. Does anybody, the fisherman? Okay, thanks, Tracy. Yeah, I remember him saying cries. Like he almost said like whimpers, like light cries. That's what I heard. So here, wait a minute. So we know his first report because we saw his posts on Facebook. So if you're saying that's who it came from, then I'm having trouble believing that because we saw his first post. He said it was like, he almost made it seem like it was like faint whimpers. Like it wasn't even that loud from like, I feel like from how he worded it. And then he did a couple interviews and he said cries, like almost like it was like, just like her, like whimpering, crying. So if you're saying he's the one now saying screams, I'm having trouble believing that. I hope it, hold on. There's always ones that don't. Yeah, I know. I want to know. Oh, saying what's up? I want to know who said that. Yeah. No, but people were talking, yeah, my life, but somebody's saying now that somebody heard screams or something, and the dad mentioned like who on that in the newest interview. We watched it at the beginning if you want to check it out. It's on Sidebar. He said about screams, and he said nobody, basically saying people, she's not gonna be screaming before if that was her. If it happened the way they said it happened, then there shouldn't be any screams. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a misinterpretation or something that he misunderstood. I don't really know because that was the first I heard of it. Let me see if I could find anything. I keep looking to see if there's anything new. Hold on 1 second. I know people get so offended so easily. How can you, I mean, if you're in true crime, you got to have tougher skin, or maybe true crime just isn't for you. But I am True Crime Channel. I like to try to get as much details as possible. So if somebody's that easily offended, then maybe it's not the right channel for you. All right. I can't really. Wait, Baha, love it, repent. Oh, look at this. What the heck? We are from North Carolina and come to Solid Rock when we're in town. I sent this pic to my son back home and said, guess we are where we are. He said, Myrtle Beach prison. Haha, we love Solid Rock. This is from April 2016. I'm going to save this picture. So this is somebody that loves it though.
So we're scared of murdering somebody and going to prison. But Jesus says it's the same thing when there's hatred on the inside of your heart, because God's a God of hearts. I have a friend, actually an acquaintance. He thinks he's my friend. We're more of an acquaintance. But several years ago, he murdered his wife. And I've known him for maybe 25, 27 years. He owns a little restaurant that I go to every week, once a week. And I talk to him and say, hey, and I've known him for years. So I was in high school. And a few years ago, his wife, who was a lovely woman, she was a...
Can you guys hear this? Thank you, Dally Bone. Sandra, his dad said it. So are you going to go attack his dad? Come on, dude. It's ridiculous. I can't believe I let myself get sidetracked again. I'm sorry, guys. Can you guys hear this, though? Okay, good. I haven't heard this one. Let's see what it is.
He was a doctor. They had 2 kids. They got into an argument there at the restaurant, actually. And long story short, he murdered her. He killed his wife. And I spent years trying to witness to him about Jesus, and he went to jail. And while he was in jail, he kept calling me from prison. And I was too embarrassed to answer the phone. I didn't even know what to say, didn't know what to do. And at one point, after maybe a dozen messages, he left a voicemail saying, I want to know what it means to be saved. I still didn't answer the phone. I was too nervous. I didn't know what to do. After 6 years, he gets out of jail. And it took me maybe a year to finally go back and see him face to face and apologize for not answering the phone. So sorry. And we're friends again. I see him every week. And you may be thinking, I can't believe my pastor is friends with the man who murdered his wife. But here's my question. How many of you, by God's standard, are murderers? How many?
No, that's not the same, buddy. I'm sorry. He's not preaching the right. I'm sorry. That is not correct. That is not correct. You can't compare freaking murdering your wife to something like symbolically that's the same or something. What the heck is he even saying? That's not, I'm sorry. That's wrong. And people are not like saying, they're not sticking up like, no, that's not the same. Did anybody like agree with what he just said? Oh my Lord. I just can't even believe that it's going to take this for people to see. Like, how that is so not right. It's not the same thing. I'm just going through group. I don't know. See if there's anything. I don't. Oh, let's watch that video. Hold on. I have another video. Hold on a second, guys. And then after that, I'll do the wind down, and then we will I'll try to see if I can find anything else for another video another day. But I want to show you this real quick. So this is, let me make sure I give the person a shout out who made it, because I know how hard it is to go through these sermons and find these things, because you have to go through so many just to find one thing, all right, 1 second. Let me see who it is, because I downloaded it, so I want to see. Go find her channel. 1 second. So it's Fatal. Oh no, Fatal. Wait, I can't even read this. Files with L. Fatal Files with L is the channel that did this, but I'm going to skip through halfway. This is the one you sent me, Killian. It's pretty interesting. Okay, so we'll skip halfway to the sermons. Oh wait, hold on a second. I want to share it a different way so it doesn't echo as much. Let me share it with a file. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to skip through to about halfway. About 4 minutes in. Okay.
You know this is the boss. Everybody say it with
their wife. That position and respect.
With me. The Lord's anointed. You know this is the boss, this ruining his life and doing horrible things to him, and he says, I can't touch you. I can't touch you because you're in a position that God put you in. That position means you have authority over me, and I am not allowed to harm you in any way. Honor your authority. There's no place we can go on earth where God will not put us under some type of authority. And it's there to bring humility to our life, to see how well we can obey. And we will never get to the next level in life if we can't honor the authority that God's put in our life right now. And you can keep running from the authority and go to a different job and a different this and a different that. Sooner or later, you're going to have to learn to honor and humble yourself under an authority. You may not agree. This is really, really big, okay? You may not agree with that authority. You might not like the way the president does things. You might not like the way your boss does things. You might not like the way your husband, who's head of the household, does things. You might not like it, but that's not the point. The point is that God allowed that person to be in that position. God allowed that person to be put in that place. God called you to that authority, and he expects you to obey with a good attitude. Even if they're wrong, you should learn how to submit and keep on going with a good attitude. When we dishonor the authority God put in our lives, we're actually dishonoring God. The husband's job is to really hear God for the direction of the household and to bring the wife into agreement with that. The wife should always honor and respect her husband. Now, he might not be good in every area, but he's got a position in that household. He has a position that God allowed him to be in, that you chose for him to be in. You chose him. He's got a position there. The reason a lot of you don't have miracles in your home is because you don't honor the head of the household.
You got to be kidding. Well, this just shows his outlook on life here. You got to honor him. So Micah's got to honor him. And that, if you don't, that's why bad things happen in your life. That's why nothing's good happening, because you're not honoring me and doing whatever I say. And, basically, listening to whatever I say and doing whatever I want you to do. If you don't do that, nothing good's going to happen. I mean, that's basically what he's saying, right?
Right after that, there was a woman. That's kind of the heading for every bad thing in life, isn't it? And then she appeared, You got
to be kidding me. Did you hear what he said? Oh my Lord, dude. How are women going to this church and still going and thinking he's a good guy? That was the most, hold on, I'm going to rewind it in case you guys missed that. I didn't rewind it good enough.
To the household. Right after that, there was a woman. That's kind of the heading for every bad thing in life, isn't it? And then she appeared, It's amazing what one crazy woman can do to a man of God.
Oh my God. I hate him. Dude, and they know that his wife is Mica, and they're laughing. They're laughing. Oh my God. That's not even subtle. That is totally trashing your wife and women in general. I mean, you're also saying, but we know it seems like, his sermons are always about him personally, so it's more about Mica, but it's just, oh, wow.
One woman is scarier than 450 men coming after you. It's not my fault. It's either the woman or you brought her into my life, God. You know what? If you hadn't have brought her into my life, this wouldn't have happened. I know I prayed and I prayed and I prayed for this person to come in my life. And I know you answered the prayer, but God, you should have known better. Last year, my wife, they went to Africa, had a wonderful trip, amazing trip. And she came back with the idea to start a school in Africa. And 6 weeks ago, she goes in the hospital, gets out, and just leaves. Just completely leaves me, leaves everything, drains the bank account, and goes. And guess what? While you're talking bad about me out there, I'm building a school in Africa for over 100 kids to be able to be fed. I'm just doing that. I'm doing the work. Now listen. So while you're talking about me on Facebook, look up in the sky, and you'll see a Solid Rock logo on a plane. That's me going to Miami. Your pride is as bad as witchcraft. And just so you know, witchcraft, a spirit of witchcraft, is somebody that uses words to deceive others. You'll see it on Facebook. You'll see it in videos people make. You'll see it in conversations. The more they use their words to try to deceive, it's a spirit of witchcraft. And it's a prideful spirit. And here's why. Has God allowed a catfish to be put in your tank today? I got a shark great white shark in my tank.
Oh my God. So now he's calling Mica a great white shark. Because these are April. If you look at the dates, I mean, well, this is 2023 though. Well, I guess that it started 2022, 2021. I think from 2021 to the present is when it started getting really bad, but it was probably just bad right from the start as far as ugh.
Just and upright people don't attack other people publicly. It's not, they're not honorable people. If they're doing it publicly, if they're on Facebook, if whatever it is, you have to recognize that there's something wrong with that. There's something in their heart that's not right.
Wait, why is his voice? Wait a minute. Why does his voice sound higher? The pitch is different in this one. What the heck? The pitch is off. It's like a higher pitch. Are you guys hearing that? He sounds like a munchkin. Somebody must have changed the pitch for this clip for some reason. I know. Yes, I thought it was. I'm glad you guys hear it too, right? What the heck? Somebody probably changed the pitch for some reason. I don't know why.
And they're not going to be honored by God for doing that.
I just pray for myself today, Lord, and I just pray that you heal my heart. I don't want to live with the anger, unforgiveness.
Bless those who curse you, pray for your enemies, things like that. And so I just wanted to sing this really quick and see if it encourages you. I hope it does. But it says, I pray for your healing. The circumstances would change. I pray that the fear inside would flee in Jesus' name. I pray that a breakthrough would happen today. I pray miracles over your life in Jesus' name, in Jesus' name. So pray for those who curse you. Bless those who curse you. Speak well of those who are not speaking well over you, because God sees all, God hears all, he knows all. And if you keep your heart right and his will be done, not yours, it's all going to work out. So I hope it encourages you today.
I want to
exactly, Junior.
Give you some fruit of having a nasty heart. So here's 4 things that happens when your heart is corroded and you don't even know it. The first thing is this, is you begin to gossip and speak negatively, especially of the person that did you wrong. The very person that did you wrong, you want to talk about them and just talk. And there's a really weird idea that a lot of women have. It's so weird that women have this. Christian women think, well, I need somebody to talk to about these people that hurt me. I need somebody to talk to. If you want to talk about your own problems, the Bible says confess your own faults one to another, then you can be healed. But if you're going to talk about somebody else, that's a demon actually right there. So if anyone calls you and says, listen, I need to tell you about what my husband's doing, my wife, you say, listen, here's what the Bible says you need to do with that, because that's a demon. So there you go. Okay, I feel much better already. Okay, point number 2 is this, is if you react back on Facebook or email or text. If you look at your emails, text, or Facebook, and someone said something or did something, and you think, you know what, I need to respond and react, you don't even need to react. When there's an enemy out there, don't even waste your time. Don't even waste your time. Okay, it's such a waste of time. That's such a lack of character on them. Just let it go and keep going forward. Third thing is this, if you pray God's wrath or manipulative prayers, Lord, just heal them of all the horrible things, and they're just God, I want you to deal with them. Okay, God's going to deal with you the same way he deals with them. Mercy, grace, and try to bring them to a place of repentance. Point number 4 is this, is if you have a desire for them to fail. If you desire for them to fail, you're avenging yourself. You should desire for them to come to Jesus. My job is the only job in the world that I can think of where I'm required to not respond when somebody attacks me or says something. It's the only one. At the president, you can say whatever you want to. Construction worker, teacher, own your own business, you can respond. But because it's a lack of character to really respond, that's what I have as a pastor. I just have to shut my mouth. This is the worst sermon I've ever preached my whole life. I can't stand it. I just want to give the altar call and quit now.
But he never shuts his mouth. So does he really think he's shutting his mouth? He's always like running it about personal stuff. Like that's what he's doing right here. It makes no sense. But I guess, I mean, we know from different cases and from life. I mean, some people just don't see themselves very clear at all. There's some people that have more self insight than others, and they're aware. Now, some people are just going to be in denial anyway, or some people choose not to. Some people just don't have the ability for some reason. Don't know. He just does not. No. Say what a teacher. All right, let me press play.
Listen, if you ever want to know what I'm going through in life, it's always about what I'm preaching about. God is so good to do that every single time. One day I'm going to preach about getting rich, strong, healthy, and finding a hot wife that loves Jesus. That's what I'm going to do. That was right. I told you I shouldn't be here today. I told you. Whatever. Okay. Now, I got some people I would love to see torn to pieces by some bears. Okay. I have some enemies. I'd like to buy them a ticket to the zoo and just pray and see what happens,
While Mica spoke her truth, and it was understood that she was going through a divorce due to her.
Let me see if there's any more of this. No, there's no more. All right. Good. Fatal. What was it again? Killing. It's the one you sent. What is it? Fatal something with L or something? Hold on. Let me see if I could find it again. Yeah. Okay. I want to give one more. Hold on. Yeah, fatal files with L. Fatal files with L. All right, so here's this one that I was talking to you guys about. That here, let me share. He ends up. Well, I'll just play it.
Emergency.
We have been reviewing the details of the Mica Miller investigation and going over the comments that you've left on our last video. Many of you have said that in her 911 call, before she starts speaking, you can hear a male's voice in the background. So we pulled that, isolated the audio, and this is what we found.
Robeson County 911. What's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
Robeson County 911. What's the address of your emergency? Of your emergency.
There's definitely a man's voice that can be heard in the background. Many people believe he's saying Mica Miller's name.
See.
We isolated that portion of the 911 call, and we cleaned up the background noise, enhanced the audio, and this is what we found. We believe it's a person in the background of the 911 operator who says, "My folder."
Robeson County 911. What's the address of your emergency?
Hi, are you able to trace the location of my phone?
This is a really sad investigation all the way around, and our hearts go out to Mica Miller and her family. There are a lot of weird details that don't add up, but we don't think that this is one of them. Let us know what you think.
Okay, so I just wanted to play that because I have seen people talking about it, like thinking it says Mica Miller. I agree with him. I think it's from the 911 side, and it's not on her side. Oh shoot, hold on. Okay, so I think that's all I want to share for today. I shared a lot. I'm gonna go get a snack and take a shower. I don't know. I'll do a little wind down here. Who do we got? Jenny! Hey, we will rise up. Dally Bone. Misty, what's up? Priscilla's life. This is why Jesus said many people perish for the lack of knowledge, why he says to know it, so you are not deceived by the false prophets, but you don't need to know the word to release. He is unstable. Yeah, he's twisting. I mean, in my opinion, it seems like he's twisting up the scriptures, and I don't understand how people aren't seeing that. And I feel like a lot of people are probably opening their eyes now after this case, but I just don't understand how he could have done that for like preach for like how many years, and how big was his congregation? Did he have a ton of people? Or was it not really that many? Seems like he probably had a pretty decent church going on, right? I mean, they were all deceived, I feel like, you know? Yeah, I played it. I played it, Russian Aloha. I played it earlier. I think it was like the second video. If you rewind, it was the second video that I played. I did watch it. I'm waiting to till they do one. I'm sure they're probably working on one on their channel. I'll watch it whenever they do one. But yeah. How are you, by the way? Rita. Yeah, so if anybody could find where that screaming came from, just email me, because I am so curious about where that came from. Unless if people, I don't think the family would take what that fisherman said as like whimper, like it almost sounded like it was like like not even a loud cry, really. I don't think they would take that and misinterpret it as a scream. So they must have heard it somewhere. I'm just wondering, those 3 people on the boat, who the heck are they? Where are they? Did they get interviewed? What is going on? Are they the one that heard screams? Like, because screams is a lot different than a cry. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, it wasn't like that fisherman said it was like a cry, it was like he made it seem like it was kind of like a soft cry, like somebody's just like crying. He did, and didn't you guys get that from how he explained it? So yeah, it has to be from somewhere else. It cannot be that. No, thanks, Brittany. I'll just clean up myself. The person you're talking about, that person's the one that faked like a whole freaking something way back on one of the cases. Yeah, I don't respect that person at all. He like totally like made up a whole thing for a case like last year. I thought he actually quit. Is he still doing it, huh? Yeah, I'll try to. That's one thing I'll work on too, is that 911 call, see. I haven't even put it in the editor and messed with it yet to see what's going on, if I could find anything. But yeah, Spring Rain. Just do a little Googling on him. You'll see. He yeah, you'll see. If you Google it, you'll be able to find what I'm talking about. It was really messed up. What case was it? It was the Idaho 4 case, actually. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, thank you. Next time, I got my hair cut, guys. My mom cut my hair. You guys that's been here, I've been having my mom cut my hair. So next time I see you, I have a new dude. Zeke got his hair cut. And I will be on camera. I usually am. Just today, I just wasn't feeling it. Keep on peeping. Yes. Go get yourself some merch, guys. Peeping Ears merch. I'll wear my new merch tie-dye again. I'll wear another one. I still have like 3 of them I haven't worn yet. I still have some hoodies I haven't worn yet. I'm going to order some Zeke and Justice ones. Rita. Zeke got his haircut too. We both got cute little doos. Yeah, Wyatt, I'm hiding. I'll show my face next time. I just, do you ever have those days where it's just like, hey, April, how are you doing? You just don't feel like seeing like you don't want anybody to see you, or I don't know. I rarely, like, I feel like most of the time I do show my face, but I just, once in a while, I just have those days where it's like, you know what? I don't want to show my face. Thank you, Russian Aloha. Killian, good night. All Sane, I'm so glad to have you back. All Sane's back. Scott. Riley to Rodney. Oh, Riley Rodney. Wait, what? It sounded like the fisherman was. Yeah, that I got like more whimpers when everything I've seen with the fisherman from the first post he posted to, his interviews that he's done on the news channel. I always imagine what he was saying was more like a whimpering, like a softer cry, like a whimper. So yeah, I just don't see how somebody could miss, like, I think that there has to be something else that came out, and I gotta find it. Guys. Let's get our peeping ears and together, and everybody go try to find that. Just where it came from is what I'm talking. You guys understand. I don't know why the other person thought. I don't know what the other person was thinking, but yeah, because that's very important. That's actually so important, because if there was a scream, like, that's huge. That's huge, because if there was a scream, then that even is more pointing towards there was foul play. Okay, so I want to know where the heck that freaking came from. And the only other witnesses left have to be the freaking people on the boat, right? Because if it's not the fisherman, there's 3 people on a boat, supposedly, right? Who are they? What did they hear? Did they hear a scream? I know, right, Wyatt? But look, I'm not showing my face today. Nicole, thank you. One love. All right, I better go. Spring Rain, thank you. All right, everybody, I'll see ya when I see ya. Today's what, Wednesday, so Thursday. I don't know. I'll probably do a live. Maybe I'll do a live tomorrow. I still have to get in. I want to look into another case too. I just don't know. Because you guys know, like, when I get into a case, like, I invest like everything, like hours, and it's just like all I do. I get so sucked into a case. So I want to make sure I pick one that, I don't know, just one that I want to do that, because it usually, a lot of the times, sometimes, most of the time, like, when I really get into a case, it's like I don't even have time for any other case. Like, I'm just like zoned in and sucked into the one case. So I don't know. This is the only case I've been looking into the last, week. So yeah, send me some recommendations. Like I said, I still have some files on the way, supposedly, that'll be coming to me. So when I get those, we'll start going through those. But besides that, I mean, I've just been looking into this case, but it does seem like, I've been kind of doing a live every other day. So it does seem like with that, doing one every other day, it does seem to be like enough coming out every day, because usually it'll be like the day before something came out, but then I don't get on till the next day, and it's just like, wow, I missed this and this yesterday. So it just seems like every day there's somebody coming out with like a new story or something new about JP or whatever. Oh dude, actually, I didn't get permission yet. So the one guy, remember the one person that was in my run to see you or whatever? He sent me the video, but I emailed him earlier to be like, is it okay if I share it? So like he went past JP's house and his truck was in the driveway and he was videoing, right? And he goes up the street and then he goes to turn around and you hear like tires squealing and it was JP. He like pulls out of the driveway and supposedly you can't see, but I guess he like went and turned and like followed this guy. And I don't know if he knows him or something. I don't know. He went and like followed this guy. And then by the time this person that was filming turned back around, JP was going the other way. Now, I didn't see him following me. I'm just going by what the guy said. The guy's like, oh my God, he's following me. But like I said, by the time you were able to see him when he turned around, JP was going the other way. But you definitely heard tires squealing. And then he kind of followed him. This guy followed JP. And then I don't know if I got to go through him again because I was going through him, like kind of like skipping through. So I'll go see if I missed anything else. Because he was telling me a story, but I was trying to figure out if he sent me like videos showing that. So he said something like the cops were called and he said like he pulled out a gun or something, but the video, I don't think he videoed that part. Are you here, Run to see you? Let me see. He didn't answer yet. So I don't want to just like share it like the video without getting his permission, but hold on. Let me see the story he told. At least I could tell you that. 1 second. Let me find it. About the gun. It said, so he was unable to get the video maybe of the part where he called the cops maybe. It said, wait, this was 30 minutes after the gas station. I went around the block. He left. I was unable to get the video. Wait, hold on 1 second. I want to read you the part about the cops or whatever. Hold on. So and then he also sent me a screenshot with Mica talking to, he said it was his niece. They were talking about like getting together or whatever. So I don't know who his niece is, but I'm trying to find dude, why can't I find the email where he explains the whole gun thing? Hold on a second. Just give me 1 minute. Oh, no, that's not it. I don't know. I'll have to. Well, where? I can't find the original incident. I swear he was explaining how JP called the cops on him, and now I cannot find that email where he explained it. Are you in the chat? Dude, where did it go? There's no way that I was just imagining that story. He said something like, or maybe that's what he was saying in the live chat when he was explaining it. Do you guys remember in live chat? Is that what he's saying in the live chat? Something about like he thought he had a gun or he lied to the cops and said he pulled out a gun. Something about a gun, but he's like, I didn't have one. So do you guys remember that? Because now I'm thinking it was actually what he said in live chat because there's no email of it. Oh, wait. Here we go. I found more emails. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, it said, okay, it was an email. Okay. So I was like, if there's no emails, I have to be, okay. I found it. JP makes false 911 call saying I branded a gun and threatened him. He's a liar and led cops to where I was parked at the gas station. They came to my car and I let cops search my car. They asked questions and they said I was free to go. I went inside and took this video of him in his truck and the cops outside. But hold on, let me see. Let me see if I saw this one. Oh, I didn't see this video yet. Hold on. I'm sure he wouldn't care because he sent it. I think he sent it to me to show, right? Run to see. Can I share it? Okay, cool. Okay, hold on. Let me just download it so I could just share it as a file. Oh no, I can't actually. You sent it as a different type of a thing, so I'm gonna have to just share my screen. 1 second. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. I almost forgot about that. As I was like doing wind down, I'm like, did I share everything? Wait a minute. I am. All right, here we go. So this is the one where you sent it, where you said the cop after the cops were in the gas station, right? So here. Yo. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me share this. So this is just the one. Let's see.
All these cars out there. All these cars out there.
Huh. Yeah. So he called the cops on you. Wow. Huh. Crazy, 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 crazy. All right, I'll play that. Now let me play the one where you go. Wait, hold on. Remove. The only thing though with the whole thing when you drive past his house, I just got to make sure that there's no addresses shown though. I know he's like public and you can look it up, but it's just I don't want to, you know, dox anybody or anything. Just so hold on 1 second. Let me see how that if there shows any addresses or not. 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm just looking at it real quick. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know what constitutes. If you're just showing a house where you can't really see the address, I mean, that wouldn't be doxing, right? I don't know what the specifics are with him driving past the house. Because I do know that one guy, he does that video where he busts like predators or whatever, and he always shows them driving up to the house. He just blocks out the number of the house number. So I don't know. Wyatt, hold on, buddy. I just want to make sure that it's going to be, I mean, you can't see the number of the house, but I mean, you can see his house. Yeah, I know you can't. But I want somebody, can I have a couple people's opinions on that? What do you guys think? I could hear the sound. Oh, you guys couldn't hear the sound of that? Did my audio get nonsense again? It's just not worth it because it's not like, you know what I'm saying? This video, it's not worth getting in trouble just for like, just to see him drive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you could hear it. Okay. I don't know. Hold on a second. You know what? Let me just like edit and I'll play it next time, where I'll edit to make sure that you can't. Because I mean, technically, if somebody zoomed in, they would be able to probably see the address. So I'm just gonna let me just edit it, guys. I just don't want to. I just got to be safe with my channel, and it's not worth it. It's not like it's like this huge thing where it's like it's so worth it because of what's in it. It's just, I'm not saying run to see that it's not. I'm glad. Thank you for sending it to me, but it's just not something like that. Wouldn't be worth risking it just for something where you just drive past the house. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna edit it, make it. I'll be safe, but I'll just play it next time, guys. I hope it's all right. You could wait. All right. But thanks, Run to see. That's crazy. So whatever happened? Did he press charges or anything, or what's going on? So basically the cops came. Did it look like he knew the cops? Run to Jay. Did it look like, because you know how they're like, well, I guess supposedly his security is married to the lieutenant, but did it look like he knew any of the other ones? I'm just curious. And what about, yeah, you definitely could hear the squealing. So, dude, but run to see, that means he was in the car when you drove past because you were only there. It was only like a couple seconds after. So that means he was sitting in the car when you drove past. That's what I'm guessing. He had to have already been in the car. But what happened? Run to see real quick. Is anything coming of it, or did he just like drop it? Did they just search you and was like no gun and then everything's fine, or do you have to go to court? They used to, Scott. You're talking about like a message? Dude, they used to have a little message thing. We used to have like mod group chats and like where you could message people. They took it away. Like that was probably like 2 years. It was probably like a year after I had my channel. They took it away. And I'm like, we're like, no, why are you taking that off YouTube? Like we use it. Like people were using it. I don't know why they took it off. Like, what's the big deal? It's not, is it really that annoying to like, to keep it up there where you were able to like message people? Sucked. So what? Yeah, run 2J. Be careful, man. Yeah, Sarah. No, they used to have it. Anybody remember that? I would say probably a few years ago when YouTube used to have messaging. Anybody else remember that? I'm gonna edit it. I'm just gonna do it later though, just because I don't know. I'm just tired. I just want to. We could wait. It'll be all right. It's not like I'll do it on my next video. I just want to do a wind down. I'm just talking to people, but I will, Laura. I will. So wait, are you gonna press charges? Like, I guess you can, huh? He is like not. Do you see that person that saw him in the tire? Like when she's getting her oil changed, she said like he was shaking or whatever when he heard his name. I think he is. He probably is very paranoid. He seems like that type that's like, I don't think, I feel like he's probably not handling this very well, how like he's getting exposed, you know? He doesn't seem like he's that stable of a person. So I don't know what his support system is right now, but I feel like doesn't seem like he's the type of person that's going to be able to handle this very well. To be exposed, it's like it's not anything. I mean, it's what he's been doing. You know what I'm saying? It's people are just coming out with everything they've been through. So I just feel like I hope, dude, is he the type that? Yeah, I'm just thinking all kinds of crazy thoughts now. Like, what is the possibilities of somebody like that? I don't know, dude. I'd be afraid to even go into that church. Who knows, dude? What? So I wonder who he has around. Well, I guess he has that Susie friend, well, whatever she is to him. And he has his kids, right? So I just wonder. So yeah, I actually wanted to I forgot to mention this. So the fisherman supposedly said he didn't hear a splash, but could she have just possibility? I know there's a bunch of different possibilities. The possibility that somebody did it to her, that forced her. There is also a possibility that she did do it, but one of the possibilities scenarios is that she did it while she was already in the water, or no? How deep is that water? Because I guess that'd be hard to do it like as you're trying to swim. But is it like shallow enough that she could be standing up in it, or no? I'm just trying to figure out why you wouldn't hear a splash if there's a possibility she was already in there when she pulled the trigger, if she pulled the trigger or not. Wait, I can see what, right? Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah. No, I saw that. I was like, yeah, maybe you could press charges or okay, so maybe she was already in the water. Good point, Alsane. That's a really good. Yeah, wait a minute. That's true. If her concern was her family finding her, number one, why would she go to out of town? Okay, why wouldn't she just go to a familiar spot that her family would, be familiar with? Number two, why wouldn't she just sit in the car? Good point, Sam. Because think about that. If nobody was around, and she did that, and nobody was around right there when it happened, she would have been on the bottom of that freaking river's floor. Okay. If she was so concerned about them finding her, why would she? That's a good freaking point. Yeah, but why even go in the water? Because if there wasn't somebody that's found, if there was not a boat there or whatever, that she would have been on the floor. Like then they would have had trouble finding her. Who knows if they would have or how long? I mean, I'm sure eventually, but you know what I'm saying? It's just things are weird. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, let me go to out, like way out off the trail, far away, but yet call 911 and make sure my family could find me. But let me go like to a different town, into a park, and go off the trail a mile. And yet, if my concern is my family finding me, it makes no sense. Yeah. Yeah. I guess like because she was like, "Oh, can you track my phone?" She's thinking you're gonna track my phone. But she did. Where did she leave her phone, guys? Was it out in the trail? That's something I actually don't even know. Did she leave it on the trail or in her car? Wait, who's TikTok? Who's TikTok? Lilo Keiko? What? I don't know whose TikTok are you talking about? Now you got me wondering. Is it something to do with this case? I mean, I know who P Fergie. I know that's Paul, but is that I don't understand. Are you talking about something else, or is it something to do with this case? Oh, okay. I see. So she wanted to be back in water, but why not go to like water she's familiar with, or I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just, I wonder if we're ever going to know the answer now that she's cremated. I mean, what's up, Ashley? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, clean water, but I guess if she, I mean, I see how that doesn't make sense, but I always like to see like a different scenario or a different possibility of maybe because she did, I don't know why she wanted to pick something out of town, and then that was the thing that came up on the map. And if she's not familiar with that park, she doesn't know that the water's like, I mean, I guess a river though. Well, I mean, she wouldn't, if she's not familiar, she's not going to know what it was like going there. And then when she's already there, if she already had her mind up of doing it, then I don't know. There is a lot of things that don't make sense, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, hence, the whole thing with her shooting. Well, I was going to say the whole thing of like, it's not a typical way a woman would go out but we already know that she did already try that once by her own admission. So I guess that is a way that she would, if she did. Anyway, I know I was saying it's weird. Alrighty. Yeah. Yeah, but we know that she already has tried with a gun by her own testimony. So that is a way that she thinks about doing it. Maybe she doesn't have access to the pills that would do. I mean, who knows? But, when she told the story how she did it and the gun jammed. So it is a way that she does go to. You know what I'm saying? That she has tried before. So that's just, the way it's not that weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah, you would think like a lot of women probably usually do, but knowing that she did try it with a gun before, yeah, some physically forced her. I was just reading a comment. All right, you guys, I'm gonna go. How didn't the fisherman see her body, but close enough to hear her cry? I don't know. Yeah, it's weird because if he got her belongings and stuff, which you would think that she was at that spot with her belongings when she did it, right? So you would think that he would see her if he went over there and got her stuff. Like, how didn't he see her? And then the boat saw her. I mean, maybe. I mean, I guess if he wasn't specifically looking in there and trying, and then the boat might have just like ran up, the canoe just ran, into her or whatever, like right there where you'd see it better. I don't know. There's a lot of things that don't make sense. I know, but well, send me anything if you guys see anything interesting. Yeah, maybe. Just like, I mean, her dad was thinking with the bruises on her hands, he's thinking that somebody forced her hand up and like pushed, like how he showed it, like they pushed the trigger with her hand and like forced her hand to do it by the bruises on her hand, he said, which is, dang it, we have, what they should have asked if he took a picture. Obviously, I don't think he did take a picture of it. Man, JP was probably right there and probably wouldn't, in my opinion, it seems like he probably would have like limited that and wouldn't have let them take a picture. But dang it, I wish, because if there was bruises on her hand right there, like what the heck, dude? Let a medical examiner like look at that and see. Is that post-mortem? Is it before? What does that look like? Is it a handprint? Is it match up with somebody forcing her hand up and forcing her to press the trigger. They did, Sarah? Where? I mean, I'm saying, where did you see that? Well, wait, you would think they would have to take pictures. You're right. Wait, they have to. Like, don't they? There has to be. I missed that. Wow, I missed him saying that. Okay, good then. I don't remember him saying that. I missed that. I did watch that before I played it on my video, but then when I was playing it on my freaking earlier on my video, I was so sidetracked with that person that came in. I shouldn't have let them sidetrack me. Okay, so they have it. So, and then I would think that they would have to take pictures, like the authority or, you know, whoever examined her. You would think that they took them then too, but I was hoping that the family had them themselves, so they couldn't be lied to or like ignored, or, you know, they would have them for proof. So that's good. So that means JP did probably let them there and by themselves, right? Yeah, I saw Bellis. I see. I see. Thank you. I must have just overheard it or overlooked that part, or didn't hear that part when I watched it for some reason. Like I was saying, sometimes you catch new things as you re-listen to it, but when I replayed it today, I was so freaking sidetracked with that person in chat. If the me didn't prove, no one did. Oh, medical examiner didn't what, Lisa? Didn't PRO. What are you saying? Didn't. What are the chances she thought that bullet would catch again like before? Yeah, we saw it, Katie. I played it in a couple different lives. It's crazy, I know. Crazy. All right, I'm gonna go, guys. Thank you. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Send me stuff if you guys find any interesting stuff. I'll try to see if there's anything else. I'm sure by tomorrow there'll be another interview of some sort or something. But otherwise, like if you guys have any recommendations for like a newer case to get into too, I still haven't picked one. Well, this one, no, Mica, yeah, but you know, I'm sure it's going to get to a point where there's no new updates for a while. But I don't know. I'm wondering. I haven't got an update on the Ezra stuff to see when I'm going to get that. I feel like once I get that, that'll occupy at least for a few weeks, I would say. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I got to, right? I feel like that would have to be like procedure. Soul of Gypsy, didn't they have this here? I didn't notice any. Why I didn't notice any bruises. You noticed some on it? I mean, it's too like the picture's not clear enough to see too clear when you zoom in, but from what we can see, it didn't look like it, but I'm the bestest in the Eastest. I don't know. Thank you. I think I'm like kind of wired. So I have that cotton candy, like there's like a couple sips left, and I already drink a lot of coffee. I see sometimes caffeine does me good, and sometimes it makes me just like cracked out, almost just like not like But I've been feeling like off the last couple days. I don't know. I just feel can't get motivated and just blah. Blah, 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 blah. So that's why I actually like, okay, I have that other cotton candy drink. Maybe that'll wake me up and get me motivated. And no, it's just now it's just like this shaky. I don't know, just edgy. Probably hormonal somehow. Freaking always messing with me. That's the devil. The hormones. That's the drive me nuts. They're so powerful. I hate them. I hate them. Just want the good hormones and not the bad ones. Yeah, me too, Scoop. Me too. I'm usually always drinking coffee, but I drink it all day and then I'm like, ooh, I got one more of this cotton candy drink. Let me just drink this. Well, it didn't really do anything good, at least feeling. It tastes good. It tastes super good. Oh my God. But like the feeling, it didn't really, no, it only did bad stuff. I used to drink energy drinks all the time and loved them, but like now that I don't really anymore and I'm like all sober and boring, like when I drink them, it's like hit or miss. Like most of the time, it's just not really that good. Once in a while, it's good, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. I need some inspiration. I need some inspiration. I need a trip, guys. I know I keep saying that, and I just need to do it. I just need to go. I just need to go. Just get on the road and be like, psht, see ya, see ya. Just for like a week. Or even just a weekend. West Coasters? Are you West Coast, Scott? I know. Florida. There's a lot of people in Florida, at least from like the years of having my channel. There's been a lot of people that were from Florida that I've met along my channel's roads or whatever. What part of Florida, Scoop? Sarah, you're a little Speedy Gonzales. Zip, 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 zip. I'm like that, but then I could get like right crash where I'm just like, I could have a whole day. I just like, narcolepsy city. I tell you though, I freaking sit on that couch. If I'm on that couch and I'll be like, oh, let me just sit on the couch and like sit with Zeke, and, like watch some YouTube or do something, you know, but just on the couch with Zeke, I cannot stay awake on my couch. It is like I could barely even make it an hour. I'm out. And I could have just woke up. I could have had a cup of coffee, be drinking a cup of coffee, you know, in the middle of my coffee. And I am freaking out. It makes no sense. And then I'll like wake up, take a sip of coffee, sleep, wake up. And it's just like that couch. I cannot do it. No, Sarah. That's yeah, I'm not gonna even say that word. YouTube will shut me down. Oh, you're moving to nice, Scott. Nice. That'll be good. Where are you at now though? What's up, Mishu? Mishu? That's why I hardly ever sit. Yeah. Wait a minute, Sarah. Yeah, I know I'm tempted, but wait, hold on. So if you said what you said earlier, hold on, where's it at? Wait, where'd it go? You were saying narcolepsy. Where is that? Oh yeah. So that means you're thinking that I do that? Because I just so you're thinking that would be something that I'd be doing. You're probably like, ah, that's why you're into true crime. No, thank you. No, it's like, I hate it though that like, I just want to be able to like not fall asleep everywhere. But I mean, there's worse. Like sometimes I could go a while and I'm good, and then but anytime on the couch, and then if I drive and stuff, I just sucks because I love road trips. So, but if I'm like talking on the phone, like sometimes I'll be like I've talked to Stacy, or like if I'm like when I would go to meet Juliet or go to Columbus or something, I'd have somebody on the phone, and if I'm talking on the phone, I'm good. So that means like if I had like somebody with me in the car and I'm talking, I think I'd be okay driving. I mean, I'm sure I still have moments where it'd be tough, but it would be so much easier. But it's like if I'm by myself, yeah, it's smack my face, shake my head. But I started to like realize what Juliet would told me to try it, and it worked. Like I would pull over and fall asleep, take a nap, about like 20 minutes, half hour sleep. And well, with narcolepsy, though, it doesn't matter how much sleep you get, it happens. But here's the thing: if you're getting that real tired feeling and then you pull over and take a nap, you get like recharged almost. Like she used to say, like tricks your brain into thinking, at least, you got some sleep. So then you're good for a little bit. It's like a recharge, but you still, if it's a long drive, it'll come back again, but at least it gives you some energy to make it farther or whatever. So, but yeah, so like I always have that option, or like talking to somebody on the phone, I'm good. I did a live that one time. You guys remember? You guys helped me on my way home. I did a live and it kept me awake. So that helped. So yeah, there's little tricks. But otherwise I'm slapping my face, shaking my head, freaking anyway. "20-minute nap in my car." Yeah, okay. Oh, you remember that live when I was driving home? All right, guys, I'm gonna go. Bye.